Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Benzinga All Access. Here on a Friday at the end of the week, we've got a ton going on. It's been a crazy week already. We're bringing you an exclusive interview with the CEO of Enlivex. We're going to have that on for All Access here shortly. But we're going to go ahead and roll our intro first, and then we're going to bring on Zunaid, our friend from Live Trading, and talk a little bit about the markets. Before we get started, let's get rolling. Hey, Zunaid, how we doing,
you gonna
man?
catch me jamming? Okay, I'm good. Look, whatever that intro music is, I'm gonna need someone to send me that, because imagine waking up to that. Like, you're just ready for the day, I feel like. So yeah, producer AT, I'm gonna need that, please.
We need this, dude. That sounds like the music to me, like from The Score. I don't know if you've ever listened to The Score, but I just got into it like last week. The Score is sweet. I know we like share workout playlists.
Yeah.
You got to check it out, man. Put that on there. It's a banger. You'll love it.
I just put this on my to-do list. Got it. Score, playlist,
There we go.
workout. You'll get abs like Michael. Got it. I'm on it.
Hey, abs are not my strong suit, but you know what we do have going on, especially at the end of this week. What a crazy week, man. Let's talk about FTX for a second. What is going on?
It's such madness that my mom, who is not necessarily into the crypto world, called me and she's like, "Are you broke?" And I'm like, "No, Mom. Thankfully, I am not broke." So like, yeah, I mean, it's madness, man. It's crazy, and I hope everyone that's involved in terms of, having their financials there is a-okay. But yeah, I was just taking a look at Coinbase, because obviously Coinbase gets impacted indirectly. But just taking a look at when the news broke and all that other madness stuff. I mean, this was just crazy, especially once it broke that 20,000, which is such a psychological number for trading and things like that. I mean, it has just been downwards. Then it's like, oh, Binance is going to save the day. It's like, lied. Nope, no, it's not. And then it just has been kind of to the downside. So, I mean, it's incredibly crazy right now. But if you believe in buy the dip, then what better opportunity than to buy an asset that is down? Like, what is this about? It was at 70,000 at one point, and now we're chilling at around 70. So now we're at 17. Down 77%. Call that a Black Friday sale if you believe in the crypto world and the technology and all that stuff, if you will. But yeah, it's madness, man. Of course, and it's other stocks that are impacted as well. Like I mentioned, Coinbase. I mean, you just look at this and the journey that this has had. Now it's trading, below 58. So for anyone that's actually looking to trade Coinbase today, to me, the $50 rejection, which I'm going to go ahead and place here right over here. You can see how well the support held on the 49.76. So if you believe in shorting Coinbase to the short side, I think the more short you can get closer to 49.76, the better for your risk reward. And maybe you can risk about 50 cents and get out. And then, of course, you see the level here at 49 bucks as well. So a lot of madness out there. And, of course, the SPY has been ripping for the past couple of days as well. We'll see how this, works out. But I will say this: someone very smarter than me, you can see how smart I actually am with that grammar, went ahead and mentioned how you don't get a rally like this in a bull market, So thankfully, I'm just trading and I get in and out every single day with cash, and I'm okay with, whatever madness happens. But this is just an insane rally because we beat the CPI by like 0.02,
Yeah.
So it's just madness to me. But fun stuff ahead, though.
Fun stuff ahead, hopefully. To me, I think the biggest thing is like this is probably the first 2-day stretch in forever, and I'll keep it short because I know we got to start on with our first CEO for All Access. But I think the coolest thing to me is that this feels like the first 48-hour period in a long time where it almost felt like a little ray of sunshine. Like I love the quote about not having a bounce back in a bull market, right? And that may be true, but we beat the CPI numbers coming in better than expected. We saw that CPI drop. We had all the craziness with FTX this week, but it does open up some buying opportunities, like you said. It feels like we had a couple of things maybe shift just to give us some openings. So we'll see how that all pans out, but maybe some opportunities here in the market.
Absolutely. Look, if you're someone who can afford a little bit of volatility, I don't think it's bad to go in and start dipping your toes, right? So if you know that, hey, I want to buy $6,000 worth of the market, cool. Let's go ahead and put $2,000 to work. And then no matter what the market price is a month from now, let's go ahead and put in another two and then another two, right? Just have that consistency. So you're consistently averaging in whatever the market price is. And, that's assuming you're okay with a little bit of volatility. It's because this could easily go down to 3,000 or 300, depending on what ticker you're looking at. But Anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling. Always a pleasure, Michael. There's a reason they don't let me and you two hang out. We're like the two brothers that are up to nothing good if we get to hang out together. So smart decision by Benzinga not to let us on for too long.
Hey, but you know what? We always have fun, so it's all good.
Absolutely.
Today, thanks for jumping on. We'll have to talk to you again soon. With that, we're going to get All Access rolling. We're going to bring on Oren Hershkovitz. He's the CEO of Enlivex Therapeutics, and go ahead and get started. Oren, thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing great, doing great. It's very nice hearing you guys.
Well,
yeah,
with this,
doing great. I mean, as you said, it's an exciting times. On the one hand, we had a better CPI than expected, but we're still, that's a first hint of maybe getting a little bit better. But still, I think we have storms around facing coming in, and that we need to deal with them. But it's good to have some good signals at last.
Absolutely. Well, that's what we're saying, right? And especially on a week like today where you have so many crazy headlines going on in the market. And this was certainly one of those weeks where the headlines just did not stop coming in, from FTX to the CPI to everything else. We love just kind of chatting the markets for a couple of minutes before we get started. But we do have you here. We're going to get into the markets a little bit. We're going to discuss the macro picture a little bit later on. Kick us off, though, by telling us a little bit about Enlivex. What is the company and what do you guys do?
So Enlivex is a clinically staged company. It's a cell therapy company. And what we do is we try to establish really new equilibriums in solving complex diseases. As a clinical stage company, our focus is macrophages and macrophage reprogramming. We'll probably talk a little bit about it more in a second, but we actually intend to develop and eventually commercialize a drug pipeline that focuses on macrophage reprogramming in solid tumors, in sepsis, and other indications. And our pioneering platform technology, Citra, is actually a cell-based therapy that breaks the old paradigms and offering an effective treatment for really numerous acute and chronic conditions that I think with a radically different clinical approach. And at the end of the day, what we want to do is to treat and cure patients using our macrophage growing paradigm and technology in complex diseases where they are actually facing to date unmet medical need, unmet medical condition, and are hoping for new therapies and new concepts. So that's what we do. We develop those macrophage reprogramming paradigm and therapies.
Terrific. Okay, now you mentioned macrophages. We've been lucky enough to talk about macrophage programming a couple of different times throughout All Access this year with some of our other partners, but I want to jump into that in a little more detail with you. What exactly is macrophage reprogramming? What makes it so important? But the most important part of it, beyond just why it's so critical, is what makes it different from other approaches in your sector, in your industry.
So before we talk about macrophage reprogramming, I think we need to say a few words about macrophages, right? So people understand why it is important to reprogram them. So macrophages are, they're specialized cells of the immune system of our white blood cells, and they're involved in detection and in phagocytosis and destruction of bacteria and harmful organisms, and such as cancer cells. They're really found in all of our tissues, where they actually patrol for pathogens and removal of dying cells, debris, cancer cells, bacteria-infected cells, and so on. But they can also be recruited from the periphery and differentiate within our tissues to specific macrophages. Beside doing this phagocytosis, eating those different cells, they play a critical role in defense mechanism, either non-specific, what we call innate immunity, but also recruiting immune cells, specific immune cells that attack those infected cells, those cancer cells. So they're actually a very important regulator of the immune response. And as such, they play a key role in defending our body against those cancer situations and inflammatory situations and so on. But sometimes, as occur in other instances, they go out of their normal activity and they become part of the problem. They actually aggravate the condition. So we can show on slide 4, I think, on our company presentation, the concept that in those cases where they go out of their normal activity, what we call homeostasis, it is essential to bring them back into normal activity. And that could be a paradigm shift in treating specific diseases where macrophages are playing this part. So you can look at inflammatory indications, that's the upper side of the slide, for instance, sepsis, COVID-19 and such, where they actually continue to excite the immune system, leading to a non-specific attack of our organs, organ dysfunction, and eventually death. So we're trying to, by using allocetra, to reprogram them back into their basic activity. But it's also relevant back when we talk about solid tumors. So we know today that in solid tumors, tumor-associated macrophages are critical in pro-tumor activities, in progressing tumor, and so on. So again, same concept. This time they are suppressive. They help the tumor. If we can reprogram them, it means that we can actually resolve the problem. Why are we doing this differently? There are other companies that understand that macrophages, and not just T cells, are critical immune cells, right? But most of the company, I think Enlivex is maybe the only one that doing this differently. Most of the companies are trying to target a specific molecule, a specific single transduction. With Enlivex, we take an advantage of a naturally occurring process. So when those cells, those macrophages, they eat dying cells, they go through this reprogramming. That's an evolutionary developed concept. It's not something we invented in the lab. And because of the fact that we're taking advantage of that process, we're doing this in a holistic way. It's a multifactorial reprogramming of those macrophages, and that makes Enlivex different in our paradigm and in our approach to clinical development of those therapies.
Absolutely. And before we get too deep into the details and the science behind this, talk for just a moment here about your team and any expertise that you guys have in the macrophage field specific to macrophage programming. What is your board and your leadership and the people that you have behind the process that you're putting in place here look like when it comes to experience in the field?
Well, that's a great question, Michael. There's a lot of experience. First of all, the founder of the company, Professor Dor Mevorach from Hadassah in Karam, did his research for so many years about what happened when dying cells are cleared from our system. And he actually was one of the first to come up with this understanding that when macrophages, made dendritic cells and other cells engulf, eat those dying cells, they go through that reprogramming process. And he published many papers showing this involvement, this processes that occurs in our body. And later on, other groups, did some research and came up with similar findings. So I think the founder, and is still the CSO, is the Chief Scientific Officer of Enlivex, is definitely a key figure, a KOL in that field. And we are lucky that he's still part of our development strategy and our science based approach. On top of that, I myself, as an immunologist, I did my Ph.D. in immunology. I did many years in researching the NK cells, macrophage interaction, and so on. And I think from that perspective, we have a lot of experience specifically to macrophage reprogramming. But I think on top of that, we have a lot of experience in our management team and in our board team in developing drugs and taking them all the way to the market. So it's not just in general, specifically about macrophages, but also are the chairman of our company, Mr. Shainovik, and myself actually collaborated in our previous company, Polo or Opco Biologics, that was acquired by Opco Health, and in a huge licensing, in an initial acquisition deal of $560 million. Later on, we've partnered with Pfizer to develop a long-acting growth hormone, which was in a phase 2 study, and we collaborated with Pfizer. I personally led the team that collaborated with Pfizer to do this late-stage development. Eventually, successfully was approved in many countries. A drug called Angela. It's a long-acting growth hormone. We took it all the way from preclinical to commercialization. So in that sense, we have a lot of experience also of taking drugs all the way to the market. I would like to mention also members of our board, Roger Pomerantz, who joined our board recently as a vice chairman, who led development of I think 12 commercial drugs. He was the former licensing acquisition management at Merck, and the global head of infectious disease at J&J. former partner in Flagship, and is chairing many boards these days with tons of experience. Same goes to Brian Schwartz, who was the former CMO of Arcule that had a 2.7 billion acquisition by Merck in 2020. He was responsible again for clinical development of several drugs. So I think we have a very, very experienced team, and it's to be honest, saying from inside, the interaction, the relationships are synergistics. They are very positive, minded about development and bringing the company to meet her milestones and progress into late stage clinical development.
Fantastic. Okay, so we've covered a little bit of the macrophage side of things. I want to talk about a little bit of recent news from you guys too. We haven't dove into it yet, so let's talk about the flagship project, Allocetra, that you guys have. We haven't even really mentioned the name yet. You guys just gave a presentation, the Society for Immunotherapy of Cancer, talking specifically about Allocetra. Can you give us any Cliff's Notes or highlights from that presentation? Anything that investors should have been aware of that came out of that conference?
Well, I think it's a summary of what we did in the past 1.5 years or so, and mainly developing preclinical models that demonstrated the potential efficacy of Allocetra, our drug, as you mentioned, as both as a monotherapy, against difficult to treat cancers in various models, but not just as a monotherapy, but also in combination with various anti-cancer agents. And I think that's kind of bringing in again the concept of the holistic multifactorial change that Allocetra drew, and therefore it can interact with different anti-cancer agents. So the data was presented there, and some of it was presented early at ASCO, was showing the amazing synergistic effect. And maybe we can show slide 30 just to talk a little bit about it, because one figure can do the whole work. But from the corporate slide deck, if you show, that's exactly that. So it seems like a lot of details in one slide, but I'll make it very, very clear. I think what we showed and presented at CIST and reflected here is the amazing synergistic effect that Allocetra has with other anti-cancer agents. In this case, we're talking about a model where we took mice, we inoculated them with a very difficult to treat mice cancer cells, mesothelioma cells, and then we treated them either with Allocetra alone, anti-CTLA-4, right, a commercial immune checkpoint inhibitor drug, or in combination. So you can see on the left-hand side, the control group, all mice died by day 50. That's the X red marks indicating that they're dead. But when we treated them with anti-CTLA-4, there's some extended survival, and eventually about 25%, two animals survived all the way by day 80. So pretty persistent response. Amazingly, same response was obtained just by treating them with Allocetra. So this is, again, comparing a commercial approved, very important drug, and we're seeing a similar effect just by using Allocetra. But the most striking data came out when we put those two drugs together. And you can see that in a dose response manner, all mice in the high dose group survived at day 80. So you have a very persistent, complete remission response that is extremely exciting, to be honest. And therefore, we've moved directly towards opening our first clinical study. We'll talk about this in a second. But this data and what presented today is also we replicate that data with anti-PD-1. We replicate that data even with cisplatin. So it even works very nicely with chemotherapy and in different models, together with our collaboration with the Yale Cancer Center and so on. So very, very exciting period. And now we're taking this data into the clinical stage.
Fantastic. Okay, great insights there. We want to talk about a little bit of other recent news too. You talked a little bit about that first patient with Allocetra in a clinical trial. What's the best case scenario for this trial? But more importantly, what is the path forward for Allocetra after this trial and everything else that you're working on right now?
Well, I want to talk about two trials. The first one that we've dosed the first patient, and that was announced a few months ago, and that was the first study we've opened. It's a combination of Allocetra with chemotherapy in peritoneal metastasis in late stage or advanced stage patient with cancer and peritoneal metastasis. With very bad prognosis. So for us, those patients, if we'll see several good responses, it's already a good indication of the potential efficacy of etc. But that's the first study we've opened. We recently also announced that we received the Israeli MOH approval for another study, a separate study, which is the dose escalation study where we're going to evaluate alocetra as a monotherapy and in combination with anti-PD-1, either when administered systemically or when administered locally into the peritoneum. So two different route of administration for two different conditions of advanced solid tumors. I think we're expecting to see, because of the complexity of those patients, something like good responses at several patients. This is a basket study, so we are thinking about how it will look like in those different cancers, because in some we have more bioavailability of the drug and more involvement of macrophages and so on. So I think that study, we're very optimistic to start seeing the response during 2023, and that will lead us to your second part. What would the next phase? That will lead us to a more specific development of more specific cancers, such as maybe hepatocellular carcinoma, lung cancers, and so on. That will help us to understand the path forward and on which specific cancers we need to focus to deliver this really beneficial effect of alocetra.
Terrific. Okay, you mentioned it for a second there too. 2023 and big initiatives for you guys going into next year. What else would you highlight for investors to pay attention to from Enlivex in addition to alocetra, finishing out these trials and continuing ahead with the macrophage reprogramming and everything else you got to? What else would be big to put on your radar to watch from Enlivex for 2023?
Right. So first of all, we didn't say we didn't talk about sepsis almost at all, right? So we have a global phase 2 study in sepsis, which relies on a very, very promising phase 1 data, and where we treated 10 patients with moderate septic condition, and all of them completely recovered from their septic condition quite swiftly with no residual disease. And when we compared that to historical control, we had in that control group 27% mortality at day 28. So data is very preliminary, but I think it not just met our expectation, it was like, whoa, this is amazing. We got to take this into a global phase 2 study. And that's what we did. So the study is running. We are expecting interim data in in Q1 2023, and top line data in Q3 23. So that's the first readout, and I think it's a very important one because it's a controlled study. It's a randomized dose escalation study. We went to the regulator to discuss about the protocol. So it's a very important study for us to evaluate potential safety and efficacy of alocetra that will eventually set the basic for a global phase 3 study in sepsis, assuming that we get this data similar to what we saw in the phase 1 study. So that's one. And during 2023, we have 2 open studies, as we talked before, in cancer. It's open label study, so we'll get the data coming in, and we can have an understanding on the potential efficacy and etc. in solid tumors. We're continuing to generate preclinical data and characterizing the mechanism of action of the drug. We're seeking for additional collaboration, and probably some of it will materialize in 2023. So it's an exciting year for Enlivex. We talked about a little bit about the volatility and the uncertainty about the market. So I want to say that we were lucky enough to raise quite impressive amount of money during 2021, and which position us in a very good state from a runway perspective. We have a runway all the way to Q3 24, and with many readouts on the way. And we're also doing additional activities to extend the utilization curve into 2025. And so I'm very optimistic about what's going to happen to Enlivex in 2023, 2024.
Terrific. And I'm glad you said that at the end there, because it was going to be my last question for you. We came in talking about the markets a little bit. One of the first times, actually, that we brought on one of our other hosts to kind of talk about what's going on in the market leading into an all access presentation. I love that you jumped in and gave your perspective too. So a final question for you on the way out, because we started with the markets. Let's end with the markets. Hot take from your side. Would you say that inflation and CPI and all of the other macroeconomic pressures around us are going to affect the pursuit for the cure of cancer inside the next year to 2 years? Are we going to see all of the macroeconomic trends that we're seeing up and down affecting what you guys are doing at Enlivex, but your entire industry as well? And if so, what are the ways to circumvent that and continue doing what you're doing in the pursuit of finding your cure?
Well, that's a very, very good question, Michael. I think that we're going to see, definitely some good ideas and good companies that will not survive, I guess, 2023 and 2024. And we'll have a more concise development for companies with a little bit more cash, but still with good ideas, as opposed to other companies that eventually will not survive, but probably I will be cautious in saying some of these ideas would not have been materialized anyway. So it's kind of it's a sword that's coming on the industry. But eventually, I think it will not stop the development for cancer treatment and for other indications. I think we didn't talk about it at all, but we're seeing more and more technologies, AI, machine learning, gene editing, a lot of things coming in into the drug development, accelerating drug development, make it sometime more expensive. And that's one of the things that Allocetra actually deal with already at our early stages, being a relatively low cost of good drug and such. But we'll seeing more and more development coming in, definitely, once we pass this coming 1 or 2 years. I don't expect that to have a long-term effect over drug development, but relatively a short-term effect, that's for sure.
Fantastic. Oren, you've been a wealth of information. It's been an absolute pleasure getting the chance to chat with you this morning to close out the week here. Thank you so much for joining us here on Benzinga All Access.
Thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Oren Hershkovitz, CEO of Enlivex Therapeutics, the only company joining us here this Friday. We will have a much more full show next week. I believe 3 or 4 companies that are going to be joining us. And Zunaid from Live Trading in the Morning will be joining you. I will be out of town, so he will be in the studio taking us through All Access and the exclusive interviews with our public company CEOs to get the scoop on what's going on in the market. Before we close and move on to the next show, we do want to mention our sponsor, Ticker, for all of the All Access episodes this year. We're going to play a quick video to explain what Ticker is and how you can get involved to start getting stock perks from your favorite companies. We're going to roll that now and we'll close out.
What is Ticker? That's right, Ticker with 2 I's, just like you. Because it's for you, for investing, for stock perks, for connecting you to public companies who reward you as a shareholder, as a brand lover. That's why people can't stop tickering. Ticker, where investors discover shareholder perks and consumers become investors in the brands they love. Ticker. Start tickering today.
Perfect. All right. And with that, of course, you can get involved with Ticker at ticker.com. Ticker with 2 I's, lowercase, in the middle. And now to get moving with the rest of YouTube on Benzinga for the day, we're going to bring on Mitch, get him on the stream, and we're going to go ahead and move into whatever we have coming up next. Another show, another segment, whatever it is. Mitch, tell us what we got.
All right, we got live trading coming at you. So excited to get back into it. Like always, one of the things that we want to do for you is also show you some real action, right? Show you process. That's why we do live trading. And I appreciate you giving me another story, Michael. That was a fun action there, All Access. Like always, it's fun to get stories from the companies and listen from the CEOs and the leadership of the company, because I always first try to understand the story. Then I start looking at underneath the hood, looking at the financials, the technicals, because there's different variables, right? When you're making an investment, sometimes you can even just fall in love with the story itself. And then it's just a matter of timing the investment so that you have the maximum return. So it's always great getting those stories on All Access, but I'm ready. I'm already long Amazon and I'm ready to make some money. Let's get after
Good stuff,
it.
man. Well, good luck in the markets today. Get it rolling. Gentlemen, happy trading. Have fun. We'll see you guys next week.
Definitely. Have a good one. Appreciate you, Michael. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get right towards the trading action. I should be maybe having Zune join me. I'll try to get him in here. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm already after it. I'm already long on Amazon. I'll show you guys that in a second here. But definitely not bad here. Amazon getting a little lift here. Let me actually change the layout crop here. There we go. So you guys can see here already getting a nice little push there in Amazon. We're going to sell a little bit already as I'm getting it towards the resistance. Just sold out there 50% of it on that first big push here. Got in on the pullback off the trend line. Taking some profits already in Amazon. Was looking for a nice push here. Bitcoin also, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm looking for that to start balancing out. Amazon, though, big rip here now. We're looking great here in Amazon. I was looking at this on the 1 hour, talked about this. Can we get back towards the 1 hour resistance from yesterday? We got right to it, bounced off of there. Now we're getting a nice little breakout here. Looking to sell another little quarter into this. All right, just got some out there at 99.42, and it looks like it could keep going, but I have no problem starting to scale out of the position because I'm not paying commission on this, right? Now I can take some profit and look for this to continue working here. All right, let's go back towards a different screen here. I'll go ahead and bring in my Amazon and SPY here, and we can bring in my man, Zune. Let me know when you're ready. Give me a thumbs up. All right, getting him on in here. You guys will see my other screen there. If you guys want me to take a look at some sector industry outlook, I can do that too. But of course, I'm mainly going to be using over here my Benzinga Pro. And that's the fun part of having multiple screens, right? You got to have tools that can help you out. All right, let's continue going. Let's get into this and we'll see what happens today. If you guys see on the right-hand side, this orange is actually Bitcoin. I'm actually using that to look for the bounce in the SPY. And you can see Bitcoin just bounced there right when the SPY bottomed. It's crazy how the correlation works here. So I'm looking for the orange to show me a nice little bounce back to the highs there and SPY do the same. We'll see if that happens. And Amazon, nice little push up. First trade of the day, already making some good green. What are you looking at, Zunaid, today? Oh, you're muted or somehow, I think your mic's off.
Yeah, my mic is off. I appreciate it. I'm glad you started the show because if I did, we definitely would be in the red because I've got short on SPY here that I'm going to hold until we break this VWAP to the upside and cross the 395.55. So I'm in the red here, down about $50 on the short on SPY, and I'm also short Tesla here. So trying to claw my way back, assuming and having a little bit of hopium that this market will continue to the downside. But we shall see, as it has made a green to red and red to green move. But on Amazon, though, I'm looking to go short at that 99 level. At the $100 level. 99.93 is what I've got to go short. It's got to get over this 99.50 first.
Yeah, I would be taking profits right around there, so I can't blame you for trying to reverse that around that level. I definitely do think in the long run, though, we do got movement that we're getting through some price action here. We actually have an uplook here towards at least 101, I think, on my hourly levels, but we'll see if we get a turnaround there. I'm sure we'll get a little pullback around the 100. I'm looking for that 100, and I'll take it the rest of it off. I've already got a really great trade on the day here, and it wasn't a big size trade. I also wanted to say that too. You know, I got in this at 98.01, but the big part here was looking for the reverse, the red to green. That's what I saw on Amazon. That's what I went and attacked. I just waited for it to get just above the trend line here and the VWAP because it was pulling back and like kind of playing around at the VWAP. Wanted it to seem like it was really holding there. This is the 5 minute. Look on the 1 minute here. You can see how we went slightly above the VWAP and then held that pullback. As soon as we held that pullback, that's when I started just hitting in there on the offer. 98, 98.01. Boom. Got two fills. Nice little push there. I'll show you guys that right here. The little push up right above it. Looking for the push there. Now we'll look for continuation here. We'll see what happens.
Amazon still trying to get over that 99.50 level. We're waiting to short it at 100.
All right. What are you guys taking a look at out there on stocks? If you guys see things moving, throw it up in the chat. I'll definitely take a look at it. Jay said Crocs sold a few next week, 100 calls for $2, said Jay. Born calling out Tilray.
Gang.
I got stopped out on Tilray earlier this week on a swing trade. I didn't lose much, but it didn't give me much on the upside outlook either. I could have took maybe $4, took a little profit, but I was looking for a big shebang. Never came. MD calling out coin today. I'll take a look at coin. I'll take a look at the sectors and just kind of let us know what's making a move today. Looks like leading to the upside is technology. That's a good outlook, I think, for the continued run in the market today. So I'll be looking for things to keep pushing. The SPY is really starting to get a nice little lift now. I would look for the SPY to get above let's see the price level here, 397. If we get above 397, we're going to be looking good. Relationship with Bitcoin's going a little bit against it right now. I want to see if Bitcoin can get a bounce there, but it doesn't need to do it. I'm just looking at that relationship today, and I kind of want to watch it. So I put it on my Benzinga Pro charts there so I can look at the relationship. You can do this by just hitting the compare button on Benzinga Pro. Check it out, team. pro.benzinga.com. All right, let's keep going. You guys throw up some tickers. We'll keep rolling through. Doc, says James. I know Doximity reported this morning. I'll take a look at that. Not a bad stock to keep watch. Nice little push there after a quick decline. Red to green trade there on Dox today. Not looking too bad here. I'll show you on the left-hand side. You guys are seeing Amazon make a nice little push there. 99.50s. Can we get to that 100? I'm going to be looking to probably just take my full position out there as we keep pushing. Yesterday, I made a really nice trade in Google. Wasn't able to catch Amazon. But Google, really nice trade, and also Texas Instrument. I know you guys remember me towards the end of the stream in those trades, and they were nice. They got me back into the green yesterday. Can you believe it, team? Yeah, I had a tough start of my day, but I ended the day with two nice winners in Texas Instrument and Google. Rejection there from the 99.50s there. We've started to play here. It's been about 3 highs here. Now I'm going to look to make sure that we hold the 99 support here, and then we'll look to it to come back through 99.50. If it doesn't hold 99 here, we might come back to the VWAP. So be careful on these pullbacks.
Amazon just goes ahead and cracks at 99 to the downside. Didn't quite give us the $100 fill to the short. It's quite all right. Maybe we got to come back up. If you're looking to go long on Amazon, I would try to get your fill near VWAP, which to me is about 98.30s. Maybe 98.50s is where you can start getting some fills.
Looking to see if Doximity comes towards 32 or down towards the 30.85. That's a good one mentioned in the chat today. So keep your eyes on some stocks out there today. I'm sure they're getting some movement. How's the Tesla Dragon? I don't believe in it to the upside. I don't know why. I feel like it's going to go against the market. Normally that doesn't happen. Apple's one that I believe to the upside towards 150 at some point today. So I'm going to be looking at that one to see if we can do an hour recovery here. What would be an hour recovery? That's a move where we come back up on the hourly candle through 146.70. If we can do that, I'll be looking for some upside in Apple today. All right, let's keep it going, team. We're all here for you. I'm ready to make some moolah today. Let's go. Feeling good. Going to get a little swig of some orange juice. And you guys know, pinky up. Let's go.
I'm going to go ahead and try a little YOLO on the short side. Give me a second. Let me pull up my Tesla chain. All right, I'm going to try to just take a couple of contracts on the 185 puts expiring today, I guess. 231 is my fill. Stop loss will be if this goes ahead and cracks 187.31 to the upside on Tesla. So we got the fills at 231 on the 185 puts expiring this week on TSLA.
Pinkies up always, team. Let's go.
Let's see what we got. What we got. All right, there's the Tesla. And yeah, and the reason that I wanted to go short, as you can see here, the market's been open for approximately 30 minutes almost, and you've got this area of resistance, which is, I believe, the 187 right there on Tesla. So that's the reason I went ahead and got the puts, and that's the reason that right above that is going to be my stop loss. Taking a look at SPY now, as that one's coming down to close below VWAP possibly. We got about 4 minutes left on this candle. If we go ahead and crack this little area here, I would look to go short one more time. Let me actually go here. Do I want to do it? Do I want to? Should I do it? No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient on this one to go short SPY, but for now we are short Tesla via equity. And actually, I'm going to add some more here. Let me go.
Hey guys, I just want to mention why 2 people got timeouts in the chat. I'm not doing this to kind of hit you guys both. I'm doing a double technical foul here. Let's try to be supportive of each other in the chat there. We're definitely a supportive community here, and we want to keep it like that in the chat. So what I did was I just put both of you guys on timeout. You'll be back. It's just a little timeout. And then, like always, let's be friends here versus enemies.
You've got Baba coming up near the let me actually take a look at this one. What's going on here? Let me see something. ELAN. Interesting. You've got some calls coming into this one, but I'm not sure where the best entry would be. Actually, yeah, let me see if I can grab some right here.
Looking at what's on the biggest upside today, Win looking good here, guys. This looks interesting for me here. Might take a shot on Win right now. I like it even to the upside. The pattern looks good here.
All right, we're going to try this Carvana short. See if it works out.
Carvana short, I see
you. Give it about 12 cents. And then let's see what we've got here on Nike. I think Nike can easily try to get to the 105s. Did Amazon ever? Here, let's check Amazon. Nope, still hasn't gone quite back over yet.
When having a nice little move there off the 76, wasn't able to add into that, but still in Amazon. Amazon still looking decent. It's hanging in here in the 70s. Wanted to hold the prior resistance on the 5 minutes, which is around the 98.67, 98.70s here, and then get back up through 99. That's going to be a good level to look for. We'll see if it's able to hold there. And that's pre-market action there from 8 p.m. yesterday. You have a high there of 98.62.
Come on down, Tesla. Come on down.
FUBO later today. Yes, Zoltan. I'm excited to see it. You guys know I'm a big, been a FUBO fan. I've been also a FUBO. I've been kind of on the break with FUBO, and that's the fun part. You guys are going to hear it from a person that at some point really liked them, and at some point was kind of a little bit, on the bear side on it. So I think that now it's going to be fun because I want to see what they're in for next. What are they going to be focused on? It's going to be so important to find out.
Oh, man, it just went without me. That's tough.
It's tough. It's a tough one.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel this because that's clearly going to move without me. That's okay. Come back to Tesla. Are you going to? Yes, sir. Come on down. Come on down, Tesla. Let's see how our puts are doing. All right, our puts are up 22%. What up?
I like if I can get a pullback here on Win towards 76.06, but it's already taking off there towards 76.37. We'll see if I get that pullback. Win, one of the leader stocks in the S&P 500 today. FCX having a really nice day. Copper, nice little VWAP bounce trade there. You guys caught Copper today. Really nice trade there. I'll show you guys that chart really quickly. There's Freeport having a nice day there.
All right, I went ahead and sold one of the 2 contracts I got at 282 on the Tesla puts. We got in at 231, so we sold those for approximately 23% gains. And of course, we're still short on the equity side of things. Let's go and check back on SPY. Oh my.
SPY, a little downward hit there. We'll look for it to hold and recover here.
What just happened? What the?
394 is so important.
What just happened?
Yeah, wind is taking off there.
If anyone has any, because something's going on, there's no way this action comes randomly.
Yeah, this looks good for upside action, at least in my eyes, but looking for stocks to get long on. I like
I'm actually gonna take a short here on SPY. 144 is my fill on the 394 puts expiring today. It's just a quick lotto because I don't know what's going on, but I'm just gonna see if it just continues to the downside, or if this turns green and goes to the upside. If it breaks the 396, makes highs, I'm out. which of course
like
it looks like it's going to do.
Microsoft, a little pullback for me. There we go. All right, got Microsoft there, 243.89 upside outlook there. Already getting a nice little pop here. Going to sell a little bit of 50% above 244.50s. Get it back towards 244.64s here.
All right, I didn't get the move that I wanted immediately, so I'm going to go ahead and sell these. I got out at 120. I got in at 144, then I got out at 120, took a loss of approximately 24 cents. Coming back to Tesla, that's still kind of hanging out right in the middle, and our lottos are still up 17%.
No worries, Gary. You're back. Positive vibes. Let's keep it rolling. Just like in trading, right? Sometimes we get knocked down and we get back up. Let's go. Microsoft with a big pullback there on that first pop. I should have been able to sell half of it. I was a little slow. I wasn't expecting for it to pop like $1.50 in that quick. It was literally like probably about 3 seconds. But I did have an ability there to take half profit there. Was trying to do it, but the offer just dropped on me right when I went to go hit it. Got to be a little quicker there. Sometimes maybe use my hotkeys. I haven't used hotkeys in the past, but on trades like that where you get a little bit of a pop like this, I like that first sell, and then I wouldn't be feeling too bad about this little pullback here because I'm slightly in the red here, even though I should be already half out, which would have definitely gave me less risk on the pullback. That is Microsoft move. Show you guys that chart right quick. Now back to Zunaid. Boom.
Come on, baby. Tesla still trying to figure out what to do near VWAP.
10 a.m. Yeah, it's the consumer sentiment, the Michigan consumer sentiment. That's what hit the tape there at 10 a.m. Let me take a look. I'll use Benzinga Pro here on the right-hand side to show you guys that. All we got to do is just go to the news here. Let's go catch it here. Michigan consumer coming in at 52.7 versus 56 expected. That's actually kind of more of a bearish number. You'd want to see it above that 56, but I think this doesn't really matter right now in the market. At least it's not playing out in the way that we're seeing it. So, I mean, sentiment's still a little bit bearish there on the Michigan consumer sentiment. Came in at 52.7 versus 56 expected. I'll put it up also on the banner so that you guys can see it. In my eyes, that's a little bit of a bearish number, but it's actually causing a bullish reaction. We'll see.
Yeah, well, initially the move was to the downside, then it came right back up. So market's still trying to digest the information.
I agree. It's digesting right now. Eat it up, man. Get a tum if you need it, but I want to see upside.
What are you long?
I'm on still Amazon and Microsoft. Some big boys today. Sticking with the big boys.
Gotcha.
I got Microsoft at 243.89. I still hold there off of 243.50s. We just made another low there around there. So 243.44 is going to be the risk right now. Let's let it try to get through the 244.50 mark on the upside. That would give me a 245 breakout. And what I like about Microsoft is an hourly support. I love hourly support, giving me good risk to reward towards the 245 move. 40 cents risk, I can get like a $1.50 reward. I like that. I could take that.
Well, what I'd like is for Tesla to continue to the downside. Come on, just one big schlanking to the downside.
I think that can happen even with the market going up. Believe it or not, I think that could happen even with the market going up. There's other stocks that can carry the market today versus Tesla, like Apple, Amazon. There's a nice little push in Microsoft. Now, can we get through the 244.50s? And then I'm going to sell probably through that rip towards the 245s. There's 244.50s. There's a nice little push. Boom. Just sold half there at 70s. Literally 244.70. Now I'm looking for the 245 breakout here on the rest. Break even on the rest. Now I'm looking for the breakout. Of course, you guys choose your own risk strategy here, but I like it to the upside today on Microsoft. Tesla getting a little pop up there. We'll see if it turns around there. around the 187. But Microsoft, nice little push here. Got it around the 80s, sold some into that. Now looking for the 245 move. Look at the hourly chart. Look how the hourly support held there. Now I'm looking for the upside action through the 245, getting up there towards this high here from the 11th of 4 p.m. The high there is 245.50s, and that could be the breakout. We'll see if we get it up there almost to the 245. It hit 244.95. I'm sure some people were selling into that 245. Let's see if we get through that spot.
Oh, about the Tesla short as that one goes ahead and cracks a level that I had right there at the 187. Now we're moving to the upside. The next area, if you're looking to go short, would be approximately 190, maybe 190.72. Matter of fact, I like 190.72 almost more, but what that 190 has been tough. I am long. I believe it's FDX here. Let me go ahead and put up FDX. I think there's anything else. Nope, that's about it. Let's check out what Carvana's doing. Yep. 14 versus 20.
Boom. Trying to add another chart again to make the SPY chart smaller. Let me load my charts here. Microsoft. Load chart layout. Amazon. All right, Amazon rejecting that 99, not a good thing to see, but I'm still going to watch for the support underneath it to hold here. We'll see if it gets that next leg or not. SPY looking good, like it wants to get back up, but it needs to get back above the 395.18s, rejecting there. We want to see like a nice candle close towards 395.50s. Microsoft pulled back here. Got to be smart. Not going to let myself get into the red with this position here. At least on Microsoft, because I can always come back into the name. But when you take a good profit like that, I really don't like to get into the red after that. So I can even set a stop right now, break even. Just going to just be ready to get out if I need to. Amazon still slightly above my levels. Remember, I got 98.01. It's at 98.60s, so I'm not too concerned about that position. Just trying to work here the Microsoft position also. Put Microsoft here on the left-hand side here. All right, Microsoft, make that next leg. Amazon, make that next leg. I'm feeling bullish, baby. You guys know when Money Mitch is feeling bullish. He lets you know. He goes green light. He ain't holding back. Let's go. Green light action. I'm feeling it. We'll see what happens. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm feeling it. Let's go. Little green light action. Let's see if we get it.
Let's see. You've got the SPY. Come on. Is it going to close above or below? What are we doing?
What we doing, SPY? I spy with my little eyes. Could it be a bullish trend? Yeah, shout out to the veterans out there. Definitely salute to you. I want to definitely say that multiple times today. Definitely shout out to all the veterans out there. Happy Veterans Day. Hope you guys are doing some good grilling and somehow making some good money. I definitely always wish you guys the best. Keep pushing forward.
This isn't the smartest decision, but I don't know if this 99 level is going to continue to act as resistance, if we're going to pop. I do believe we're going to pop above on Amazon and test that 100. But I kind of want to see it come back to VWAP and test it. So I'm going to try a quick little short here at 98.98. Stop loss is going to be 99.07. Take profit at 98.65. Test VWAP, and then we can continue moving a little bit higher. And there's a 99 break.
We need you guys. We need you guys to hit the like. We need to get some more people in here. It's live trading. Let's get some people in here. Smash that like button. We're at 56 likes. Can we get to 200 today? I'm going to do a big ask from you guys. You guys are enjoying the action that's going on here. Please hit the like. Let's go.
Come on, what are we doing? Where's the nice little. So look, you can go ahead and see you've got. Let me go ahead and get to the minute. You had a break here on the 5. Let me go ahead and switch to my charts. You had a break here on the 5 of the 187 level, and then you had a retest and continuation. Keep an eye on that 190 on the on Tesla to see if that ends up. That 190 to 190.150 to me is an area to go short, but it does look like you've got some bullish flow coming in. So I would not be surprised if we test it. Then you've got Amazon cracking up as well, almost to 99.31s. And then let me see what I have here.
SPY trying to push. Microsoft trying to push. Let's go, Microsoft. 244.98. Can we get to the 245s? Slowing up a little bit here. Come on, SPY. You can do it for us, SPY. We got to make a run to 400 today. Gonna make a run to 400? Let me know.
All right, FDX, we're going to go ahead and lock in some gains here to the upside.
There we
So
go.
took some
245.
profits.
Not holding up above that 245. We're going to do this 244.90s pullback here. Don't want to see that break here. There's the test to the downside. Now let's see if we get a quick recovery here towards the 245 on Microsoft. If not, we could come right back to the VWAP. And it's going to take a little while to build here. It was looking so pretty there for a second. Amazon's looking good towards 99.50. Multiple resistance there, though. Let's see if we can get through that level. SPY want to close towards 396. Don't want to see a close on the 5-minute below that 396. A nice close above towards that 396 is going to have us a good level to watch there on the SPY, and then start seeing for that 397 push. If we can get that 397 push, I think, yeah, I'm golden in my trades right now. So that's why I'm sticking through it. Don't want to be getting out too quickly and then lose on the expansion or the continuation move. Here's 245 on Microsoft. Amazon trying to get through that 99.50. There's a nice push. SPY almost closing the candle here at 396. All right, we're looking good here. There's a nice little expansion. 245.22s. I'm going to sell 50% of Microsoft in that push there. Boom, just got out 50% of that. Want to sell 50% of Amazon on this push too. Boom, just got some out there at 99.66. Now we're looking good. Just got about a quarter piece in each position now. Going to let this try to expand above, but I took my chance to get some profits there in Amazon and Microsoft as we pushed up there above the 396.50 on the SPY. Looking good right now.
Come on, Amazon, come back up.
The bulls in the shoes today, guys. I'm sorry I'm not calling out other stocks too. I'm just trying to work my positions today. Normally, I'm a little bit more on looking at different stocks, but you guys in the chat, keep us honest. Throw out some stocks that are moving out there, and we'll make sure that we mention them.
All right, let's go ahead and check out the Tesla. We are short Tesla. I'm going to have a stop loss at about 191.20s.
397 is coming into play here for the SPY at 397.75s. Can we get that breakout above the 397s? That's going to be a good level to watch for as we start getting back above the kind of opening price. Important to watch here. Oh, that 9 o'clock price. It's not even the opening price. It's that 9 o'clock price. That's the 397 resistance.
I'm going to try some quick lottos. The 185 puts on Tesla expiring this week. I got filled at 79 cents. I'm going to risk 50%.
You're on puts?
Yeah, just to see if this 190, 72, 191 is going to hold as rejection or not.
You got it. I'm looking for Microsoft to continue through 245.50 here. As we see that expansion through and SPY goes through 397, I'll look to take another little piece off as I keep just piecing out on these moves. Can't be mad about it. Amazon looks like it wants to get through the high. Let's see if it gets through there. Microsoft just ticked towards the 244. Let's see what the high is there. 245.43. So we got close towards that 245.50. Let's see if we get that push. SPY needs to get that level towards that 397 here. We're battling. Jay Rice, change of character since CPI reports. Dips being bought everywhere, says Jay Rice. I feel the same way. And I feel like that's why I'm a little bit more in my bullish shoes. IWN, Soxel on the move, says Hammer 19. I feel you. That's a nice trade right there too. Soxel, of course, semiconductors doing well. We saw NVIDIA. I said, look at maybe AMD today. Look at AMD. Nice chart on AMD today. Definitely getting some lift up. I'll show you guys a little bit of some stock action right now as Microsoft just pushes through that 245.72 now. I'm going to go ahead and try to get some out on that one here. There we go. Just took a little bit more out there on Microsoft. Not bad. Paying myself a little bit more there into the 245.71. Amazon, I still got a little piece of that one. I'll just hang on Amazon. I like Amazon actually a little bit more. It was more beaten down than Microsoft lately. But there you guys have it. Really nice day there today. Technology, but you said Soxel. Not a bad trade there. Getting another little lift. And this one did a nice little VWAP recovery where you go down, you break down, you come back up, and then you hold the VWAP on that pullback and then look for the expansion above. Not looking too bad there. Soxel, AMD, NVIDIA probably looking nice. Boom. Nice little similar charts there from Soxel and NVIDIA.
You got Tesla $200 calls coming in. Almost at 100 on Amazon.
Becca says coin going and breaking through 54. Oh, are you gonna coin gonna break through? All right, you're looking at coin to the downside today.
Yeah, coin already broke through the 54, I believe.
Yeah, it did. It's interesting to see that bounce back, right? I don't know how many people trust their coin stock. I know I wouldn't trust it, but I mean that's to each his own, right? I'd be scared if I was invested in coin, MSTR. Crazy. The kind of things that Michael Saylor said yesterday. I need to give him a call. I've done an interview with Michael Saylor. I need to actually hit him up because what he said yesterday, I need some more clarification on.
Who's Michael Saylor? I'm not familiar with the crypto world.
So if you know MicroStrategy, right? Have you ever heard of MicroStrategy?
That's MSTR, right?
That's exactly MSTR. And so yesterday he was on CNBC and he said this quote, and then I'm going to actually give you the quote so that I don't, mess it up here. So you guys can take a look at it too. And I think this is an interesting comment here in the crypto space from a leader, right? That owns a lot of cryptocurrency. They have 130,000 Bitcoins on the balance sheet. He said, speaking for Bitcoiners, we feel like we're trapped in a dysfunctional relationship with crypto and we want out. That's what Michael Saylor said. He also said that the industry needs to grow up and the regulators are coming into this space. The future of this industry is registered digital assets trading on regulated exchanges where everyone has investors' protections that they need. So see that how you want to see that. I definitely think it was interesting comments there. And look at Microsoft. Huge volume just came in there. 2.11 million. That is that 397 break from the SPY. I'm going to take a little bit more profits because I think that could be some profit taking there. So a big boy taking a little bit of profit. Now I have almost nothing left of Microsoft. I can just let it work from here and try to give me another little profit, but pretty much all out of Microsoft. Amazon still have a little bit piece of that because I'm looking for the 100 test. We're almost there to the 100. As we go through 99.90s, I'm going to take another little piece off on Amazon. Look to see if we get the expansion above, and then probably sell out the rest. There's 92s. I just took out some right there at 94. Now let's look for the expansion above 100 on Amazon. 99, 100. Boom!
Nice. There's a cross on it.
Let's go. Let's go. Money, money, money. Don't. Money.
You've got Lucid approaching 13 here as well.
Not bad. Not bad day there. Microsoft and Amazon coming into the green today. Definitely getting it nice today. I was coming in with my bullish shoes today. I listened to Blue Putnam this morning from the CME group. I don't know if you guys caught him on pre-market prep. Definitely, if you didn't, go back and listen to that interview. It was a great one. But all I can say is
Boom shakalaka.
All right. Not a bad day there. We are in our smooth jazz feeling today. That's what I call a... Oh, it didn't work. Come on. Got to fix that one up there. Here it is. All right, I got it now.
Flawless victory.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, you got a nice move there, pal. You all out, or are you still holding on for a bigger move?
I have just the tiniest amount of Microsoft, and that's just to hold it off. I got all out of Amazon on that push through. I sold the last shares at 110. Remember, original entry was down at 98.1. So that is 2 points on Amazon. I will take that anytime. Microsoft was a really great one also. Still in from 243.89. It's at 246.07. That's another kind of 3-point move there, or 2-point move there, because I'm at 89. But not bad there, Microsoft today also. I liked how I scaled out too. I was trying to scale out today. I was looking for the continuation because of the way that the market was moving. But now I can take it easy. It's a good little push. Glad you enjoy it. Glad you enjoyed it. That's what it's all about. All right, now I'll be kind of more for you guys here. I'll definitely try to give you guys what I'm seeing out there. You guys see the SPY weekly MAC divergence. I got you, Seek. I can definitely even pull that up for us. I have charts with that. So just give me 1 second. Let me pull it up here for you. And I'll show you guys what the SPY is showing on there. And you're talking about the weeklies. All right, that's a good thing to look at, right? All right, so I'm going to try to make it as big as possible here so you guys can see what he's talking about. And we'll take a look at what Seekin's talking about. That's what it's all about here too. We care about what you guys look at, and we'll take a look at also. So here's the SPY and what he's referring to. The MACD is down here. So I'm going to actually take him off there so you can at least see the line here. And so what really matters here is you're looking at the trigger line, right? The trigger line is going to be that 9 EMA. And you're looking actually for an expansion away from that line here. And so there you guys see the MACD. It comes down below. Right when the SPY is at the lowest, it was expanding away from that 9 EMA. Now it starts getting closer as we get it up, right? Then we get a little even kind of sideways action day where they converge yesterday. Now we're getting the expansion away from that 9 EMA to the upside. That shows us good momentum here towards the upside. Now what I would do is I would move to the daily outlook, and you can see how it bounced almost off that down action. Now I'd look at the daily. If the daily crosses, I would be concerned about the weekly. But if the daily looks good, then the weekly will look good. If the hourly looks good, then the daily is going to look good. You see what I'm doing here? Then if you wanted to go even into the intraday action, you could look for the 15-minute to cross over here and give you that expansion to the upside, showing you that at least right now in the intraday action, it even is crossing over and showing you bullish trend. What is that? That's called multi-time frame analysis using the MACD. Of course, MACD is going to be giving you moving averages and comparing the 12 and the 26 and using the 9 EMA as a trigger line. Remember, this is the moving average convergence and divergence. And what is it doing? Showing you how the 12 and the 26 are going either away from each other or coming near each other. That's actually the relationship of that dark blue line that you see there. Boom. I'm coming at it hard. You guys see that CMT life working good for me. I'm getting ready for my second CMT test. That's going to be in about 1 month. So you guys root me luck. I'm trying to push for you guys and bring some more knowledge also.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, dude. Good luck to you there. I'm sure it's not an easy thing, especially because you already had your first one. So yeah, this is your second one. You got what? Yeah. One more after this?
Yeah,
it's three total.
It's 3 total, and then of course you got to get some CMTs to support you. And so I've been working on that also. Hopefully my man Jay Woods out there listening. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to get some good support of some CMT members also. So that's a part of it. You got to be doing some work. You guys see me doing some work right here, trying to show you guys my CMT skills.
Good luck to you, pal. Let's see. SPY's looking to make new highs. That 380, the 398 is going to be an interesting area for me to kind of lock in and focus on. I am short here on Amazon with 200 shares at 116. Stop loss is going to be 163. Looking to take profits at 99.68. Currently in the red by $50 on that one. Let's see what we got here.
Woo, what a day. What a day.
Where is my... I have nothing here. Okay, never mind. I'm in coin puts. Let's see. Let's check out coin and see how that's going. Is it for the 56 rejection? Because to me, this 54.18 could be a level... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the puts unless it closes below this 54.18 on the 5-minute. I'll be honest, but I'm curious to know what you're seeing that I might not be, unless it's the 56 rejection from up here. Obviously, I'm not saying it won't work. I'm red on my Amazon trade, so who am I to talk about incorrect or correct entries? But I'm just curious what your game plan is, because to me, this 54 is resistance, which could now be acting as support thus far. All right, Amazon, you gonna take me out or what we doing? Let's check out something on Amazon in here. One thing that I am definitely clearly going against the trend is how you can see it broke 100, tested it, held, and now it's looking to make another move to the upside. That's the main thing that is silly of me to go on this short, but I'm already in it. We'll see if we get ahead and reject the $100.50. If not, we live and we learn. Here it is. I'm about 12 cents away from getting stopped out. 10 cents, 7 cents. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see what other tickers are going on. Tesla. Okay, so now you've got this 191 that can hold as support here. You see the crack above, held support. Now it continued with the move, and now it's back at support. And now we can see if we go to make a march towards 195s or not. And there's Amazon about 5 cents away from taking me out. If you don't stop teasing and just do it.
Lithium names having a good day. Just want to put that out there.
Let's see. All right, there it is. I got stopped out on Amazon, lost about $100 on that trade.
Only thing in the red is actually some value names today. That's interesting. Defensive names coming down fast. Packaged foods, grocery stores, tobacco. So what does that show me? Growth, full on breakout mode here in technology and names like that. So if you're looking at those type of names right now, you're probably in the right sector to watch. Technology is leading us to the upside, up about 1.92% on the day. Software application looting there. And so those are what? Those high PE stocks. They're actually making moves right now. I'll take a look at some of those big flyers today. You got Compass, COMP. So this would be the time where my man Ryan would normally be going through all these, but I'll give you these. They're definitely moving today. API, another $3 stock that's making big moves, up about 19%. You got MTTR really close to the VWAP. Looks like it's trying to recover, did a red to green style move, but held the support from the price action of yesterday. That's MTTR. Take a look at that one. Dave, these are the kind of cheaper stocks that are definitely getting that push. Unity having another good day there with a big push up. That just shows you Monday getting a little push. I'm sure the Jason Raznick favorite here, HubSpot, getting some lift today. Can't miss the HubSpot, right? You got to know about the HubSpot getting some lift. This was one that Jason Raznick gave on Benzinga Live. As you're seeing it get off the bottom, I like that chart, especially off the 300 now. Looking like it's starting to lift. We'll see if it gets towards 330s, and 400 is probably an area that he could be trying to take on towards that upside, especially if these names are going to come back into favor. Asana, maybe look for that one to continue getting some lift today. A lot of these names having some good push right now. Now the SPY is starting to pull back, so just be careful there. And remember, there was that big volume bar in Microsoft towards the 245.50 where 1 million shares went through. It was actually a little bit higher. It's 245.75. That's kind of the level where we started turning around from and rejecting. So I need to see it get back above that to show me that that was a buyer versus a seller. But looking at the price action there, I can see some pullback in the overall market and the SPY. Now the question will be, will it hold kind of pullbacks here? We'll see what happens.
If you're looking to go long Amazon, you've got a beautiful price here of 100.05. I mean, my stop loss was incorrect by approximately 20 cents because it came back in to my take profit gains. But yeah, you've got Amazon right here around $100. To me, I'm not quite sure if I'd buy it here. I think maybe VWAP, so like 99.20-ish could be a better price, especially if SPY decides to test VWAP. I think Amazon can see a little bit of a pullback as well, more so than it kind of already has. But if you'd like to go long, you can maybe just have a quick tight stop loss of 99.89s here and risk about 20 cents and see if Amazon can move to the upside. You can already see it's kind of tracking a little bit higher, but that's mainly because that $100 is holding at the moment on AMZN, and there's a little bit more movement to the upside. Let's see what FDX is doing. I sold this one a little too early, didn't I? Yep. Sold this one at about 168s, and it went all the way to 169s.
I wish you would have asked me about that one. I've been looking for that one to fill the whole gap to the upside, Zunaid. Look at that gap. I think it could fill the whole damn thing.
So for you, is the gap the last candle here, or is it this candle here? What is the gap for you? Because everyone else seems to have a different theory.
I go with the price action. It's where the price drops, not where the low action there is towards the 200. It's where that.
So what's the gap for you here? Let me go ahead and
that'd be 203.22. I look at the low there from Thursday, September 15. That's where the stock dropped the very next day. And where does the stock open? At 160. So once we get through that price towards the upside, you're essentially trying to fill the gap. The very next day, you tried there on Monday, you made a high towards 165.35. And then the very day following after that, you go right back below that opening price. And then you fought to get above that opening price all the way until really kind of yesterday's when we actually started closing above that opening price. And now you're starting to get better price action. So to me, now you can use kind of that price action that you got from that first Monday where it popped, which is a close of 162.90s, and look for maybe 163 to act as support and looking for it to close all the way up there towards at least like 190. I would be looking. I sometimes try not to be too greedy and maybe look for the whole gap fill, but it doesn't seem like a bad opportunity for FDX to come back, especially in December. If we get a rally, this could even make it up there at least. I'm just saying on a longer term, these are my types of swings that I would like. This is a swing trade style that I would like.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I appreciate the insight on that. The question is going to be, will the market allow this gap to be filled, if you will? But I do agree, though, with you. that this is kind of like a true meaning of the gap fill. We're already obviously into it. Now it's about continuation, especially because it's around this 200, possibly can act as a magnet. And speaking of which, there's the crack on $100 on Amazon. I cannot believe I got stopped out of this trade, and then it bumps downside.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, bro. That's how it is a lot of the times. And what is that? That's a wick, because there's really not much closing up there, even on the 1 minute. The 1 minute closed there at 157. So, I mean, did you really get that far from that? You got about 50 cents. All right, just gonna get out of the full Microsoft there. There's no reason staying in this on this pullback. Just getting out of the last little piece there. It was the smallest piece. So boom, boom, not bad on the day. I don't even need to take another trade. I could take another trade, but I feel like I'm being a little bit greedy here. If I do, this is a good little bump to the account. Some days you do gotta hit the gas pedal. So I don't mind if we get some deep retracements here. But the SPY needs to at least come back to the VWAP, and then we can start thinking about, okay, this makes sense here. And so where's that VWAP towards? That's going to be towards 395.63. And really, I'm looking for more like 395s to come back and then start making its way back. But you're running into a trend line here from that kind of bottom action on the 5 minute. And then we'll see if it either breaks here or holds. Getting a little bit of chop. It's okay to get some chop. If we stay above 390s today on the monthlies, we're looking really nice on the SPY. Daily for me, it's as long as we're staying towards yesterday's close, that's 395 30s. That's a good support for us. 395 30s. So I'm actually going to put a line there to be looking for some support. All right, let's put some lines there.
Someone on Twitch asked, are you guys on margin or cash accounts? I am personally on margin. Mitch?
Yeah, margin. I mean, let's be honest. That's the only way to kind of get up towards, especially when you're trading stocks like Amazon and Microsoft. If you don't have enough into the capital, I mean, then you're going to be more swing trading these, right? At least I would think. There's nothing wrong with a swing trade on Amazon today. Like that 98 is not a lot of times like kind of more of what I would do like as a swing trade. I just would have done a fifth of the sizing today. And what would I have done? I would have put a break even stop on the day and I would have left. I would have been like, I'm coming back tomorrow and looking at this position. If it's in the green, I'll take the profits. But another thing is you can also use trailing stops and things like that. That's what you can be looking for. Amazon's looking great now, though. It's just holding up. And I think that as long as the hourly pattern holds, especially above 98.35s, 98.8, it's going to be in a bullish trend right now. It could pull back, and I got no problem with the pulling back. But as long as it stays in that trend, Amazon's in a good hourly trend to the upside.
All right, you've got SPY here bouncing from VWAP like we talked about. Question is it going to hold it as support and continue the march towards 398? I am absolutely revenge trading here on Amazon short. 99.92 is my short. Stop loss 125. Take profit 98. Excuse me, 99.58. But I am 100% looking to claw back some gains.
Yeah, I think today is going to be definitely lesson of the day for me is going to be using 1 hour charts. So we'll do this in a little bit while Zunaid kind of calms down his trading, but I'll do a little 1 hour chart lesson today. That'll be coming up. That'll be our strategy breakdown of the day.
What time are we getting off?
11:30. I know AB will be coming
we just
on.
had one show? We had one guest?
Yeah, we only had one guest, so I just wanted to make sure we had this going. I do got to get ready for my FUBO interview. Yes, we'll be interviewing.
What time
FUBO.
is that?
That's going to be at 1:15. And of course, Stock Market Movers starts at 1 p.m. So don't miss it, team. It's going to be a great show later today. And if you got questions, this is the only place, at least that I know, that you can be asking CEOs like FUBO a question. Let's just be honest. Majority of the media out there, you can't ask a question, and they get them off in like 5 minutes. Well, right here on Benzinga, you not only get a longer interview, but an opportunity to ask a question. So smash the like if you guys appreciate that opportunity, and let's keep going with the show.
Boom, boom. Oh wow! Would you look at that? My wick struggles continue as my take profits was 58. The wick was at 61. Missed it by 3 cents. Shocker. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla. Yeah, at the 191 holding a support.
Jay, given an obvious one, you have to be on margin to short. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Oh, really? Okay.
Also, yeah, that's the only way.
Because you don't have.
Yeah, because you're borrowing money, right?
Because you have unlimited risk.
You're taking a borrow. Yeah, you're taking a borrow. You're not taking pretty much. You said, I'll sell it to you back. SPY holding well on the trend line right now on the 5 minute. So I'll show you that right here on the right hand side. Let me make that line bigger. And maybe start making these lines a little bigger for you guys to see it.
You want to go over AVPT? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, AVPT, I can definitely go up to that. What's the setup in that one, Chris? I got you. I'll take a look at that. I was definitely breaking down that stock a little bit here on my other charting, but I'll go ahead and bring it up here in the middle. Let's actually just use the SPY chart for it. AVPT, let's get it up here. I'll put it up full screen so that we can see it nice and wide here. All right, so AVPT, this one's a little bit harder because it's a gap and go. And so gap and goes are going to be hard. Gap and goes are going to be more kind of your like 1 minute pattern, right? And so you can see here kind of how like you were downtrending, and right towards the open, you actually cut through the support and got back up. This is a little bit of a tricky chart to kind of catch here. I'll go towards the 5 minutes, see if I can see a little bit clearer. And then now we can start trying to draw on this, right? So let's do some trend lines, Alt-T for you Benzinga Pro users. Look how we see the trend line come right into that, and you actually see it kind of pop through and do what I call the red to green. A lot of times you're going to see this sometimes do this move. And one thing to also look for is look for previous resistance on the days to act as sometimes support, right? And so what do I mean by that? There was a lot of resistance right around here. You can see it on the chart. It's around the 390 mark, right? So if you would have been able to draw a trend line there, and for our Benzinga Pro users, if you use shift, you'll be able to like hold it at whatever level you're getting that chart level on. And so there you guys see it. I can draw that to the right-hand side there. And we can start looking to the left, and you can see here how it runs right into that kind of red to green move. This is what we see a lot of the times where we get these wicks are tricks. I say this often, wicks are trick. There's a reason why, because a lot of times you're going to get that kind of wick down through and then a quick recovery. What gives you the move that maybe you can be looking for? Well, you can be looking for the 1 minute pullback, right? 1 minute pullback is what you're looking for on this for an opportunity. For me, this was a very hard one to kind of catch there. I'd have to look at the 9 EMA to kind of tell you where I would be looking for a pullback. And on the 1 minute, let me see if it even gave you that 1 minute pullback opportunity. Yeah, it gives it to you right around the 433s. And so right here on this pattern, and I'll kind of just use a trend line here to kind of show you this, on this kind of ascending triangle here, and it's kind of more like a wedge here towards the top side here because you are also getting this uptrend. And so here, Alt-T, and you can see it here right there. Well, the 9 EMA runs right into this little pullback here. That's the only strategy I have that would be working well here. I can show you that also just on my other charting service where you see the 9 EMA run into it here. That's where you're looking for the pushback to. You can use the rule of 3 getting towards that 9 EMA to help you look for that. And that's the only area that I could have felt that I would have been trying to attack if I didn't catch the breakout and was looking for the move. You still got 7% there, but you never even get a pullback to the VWAP. These are going to be the hardest type of breakouts to jump on. All right, I hope I did at least somewhat of an okay level there of explaining that chart. It's not the easiest chart, definitely, to catch because it's a 1 minute gap and go type of chart. How's our SPY doing here? SPY is still battling that trend line on the upside. I've been looking at it on a 5 minute and just been seeing it kind of bounce off of there. And that's a good level for the bulls. Looks like the bulls are not letting it even come back towards breaking through that right now. They're buying the dip right now, so we'll see what happens. I got you, Chris C. All right, in about 5 minutes, I'll do the breakdown on the hourly charts on these bigger charts and why I like using hourly charts versus in kind of like a 5 or 15-minute chart. Hourly charts are really good on the risk to return. Stay tuned for that. IWM, says Austin. Take a look at IWM. I got you. I could take a look at that. So are cheaper stocks getting lift more than the SPY? Let's take a look here. Definitely IWM, nice little breakout there. That just shows us well. And one of the things that you're doing is you're holding the 5 minutes sideways here. Let's look at the 15 minute. 15 minute looks like it wants to pull back a little bit here. 5 minute looks like it's trying to hold the support right now towards 188. We'll see if that holds there, but not a bad looking IWM chart. That shows us that smaller stocks are probably breaking out more than even the bigger names. So these smaller names are getting some lift today. And if you're wondering why, well, a lot of that is you're getting good up action from the indexes, and that gives you that nice lift. Rotation station here today, especially in technology, an area that has been the most beaten down sector for 2022.
You've got Amazon, a nice pop above 100 as it reclaimed it. Now moving towards 113. So looking to go march its way towards 150. Where are my Amazons? There they are. Okay.
Amazon. So Microsoft is actually coming back towards the hourly resistance that I think is going to act like support. And so I could look for that to already act as support, and it did. It was around the 245.30 mark on Microsoft. You saw that 5 minute bounce there. That's the hourly resistance. We'll see if that kind of keeps holding up.
Where is my? There it is. Okay.
Little push there from Microsoft back towards the 246. Looking for Amazon, see if it does the same move, holds 100 here and then pushes back towards the 105. SPY holding in there, looking like it's holding the 397s now. Now I'd be looking for that 397.50 push through, going towards 398. And I think we could even get towards 399 today. We'll see if we get to 400. Feel like that's starting to be a little bit of a push, but we'll see what happens on the day. Not a bad day there in tech stocks. And the bulls seem to be in control right now. Path of least resistance seems to be on the upside. Of course, that can all swing around, but right now it seems like we're getting the lift. And when I look at Bitcoin stocks today, they're hanging out right there around the VWAP. Even Mara looking good for me right now, because if the market's going up, I don't think Bitcoin's just getting dragged to the downside here. So I'm going to take a look to see at Bitcoin if we're still in kind of a little bit of a bullish move here. I'm taking a look here. Bitcoin looks like it's balancing out right now around 16.8. So 16,800 looks like a good support right now for Bitcoin on the 5 minute, but it isn't kind of a bearish trend. I need to see it really get back above 17,100. But there's Microsoft, nice move. Amazon continuing on the day, not looking too bad there. You guys can see Bitcoin's little chart here. If that can make a nice little move up, maybe some of these Bitcoin stocks make a nice lift. And before I say that, Mara was off of the VWAP. Now it's already getting that little push there, 950s. Let's go towards the one. I can show you that right over here around, let's see, I have the VWAP at 938. So 938 was right here. It went right now to the VWAP, now bouncing back towards that 960. Those stocks stay in the green. I'm feeling good in the market.
Amazon looking to now it's broken the 152. Now looking to break the 10. Well, march towards 101s, I guess. But that $100 reclaim was real nice. Let's see where my E-Trade is. There we go.
Yeah, firm making moves, and that just shows us more that even the trash to me is moving. And you guys know how I feel about a firm. It did do a nice little VWAP bounce today, though. That getting a nice little lift today. So be careful in stocks that are beaten down. Remember, stocks kind of rally harder in bear markets than they do even in bull markets. So you're seeing those short squeezes. You're seeing shorts get squeezed, especially like in a stock like a firm that had a bad earnings report. Some people didn't take their profits. And now being like, damn, I got to cut this position.
Let's see where you got Snow at.
China easing up a bit definitely helped MD, but I don't think it was that big of a China ease up. I'm waiting for the big China ease up. That's going to move stocks to the upside, I feel. That's going to move oil to the upside. How are the oil stocks doing today? You can see they're getting the lift. They're right back up there towards their daily highs, even though they pulled back for 2 days. XOM right back towards those daily highs. How's Oxy doing that really got beaten down? Look at the day it's having today. Really nice lift there in Oxy. I'll show you guys that right now. I'll put it up in the right-hand chart here. Oxy, really nice day there. Boom, look at that little breakout there in Oxy. Really nice pattern there. First little flag pattern. It took the second flag pattern. Now it's on that third little breakout. This is where I would expect it to do one little test to the upside and then start failing up here. But we'll see what happens. It's looking good on the day. Definitely Oxy got above the resistance here in the pre-market action. Then came back towards this kind of resistance here, 911. Held support there and then took off. Not a bad move there in Oxy today. Oxy. All right, Zunaid, I think I'm going to do that hourly breakdown. If you
Sounds good, pal.
Okay. All right.
It's all you. I'm out. See you guys hopefully on Monday. Deuces.
All right. Later, my friend. Have a good one. I'll let you get on out of here. And we're going to keep going. And I'm going to try to bring some education also in between in a second. But let's talk about the hourly breakdown. Really, we want to get to the hourly charts. Let me know in the chat. I'll let you guys call which one we're going to talk about. I think Amazon's the more interesting kind of pullback, but also Microsoft was a nice little hourly pullback also. So let me know in the chat. Which one do you guys want to see? Press 1 for Amazon breakdown. Press 2 for Microsoft breakdown. We'll let you guys determine which one we break down. All right. Looks like you guys are talking about Amazon, Apple. Apple says Rick. Rick says also Amazon. So at least, yeah, there you go. Did I say Microsoft first too? That's kind of funny. Memory problems. I said Microsoft 1, right? Or did I say Amazon 1? You guys are going to kill me in the chat. Oh, I'll tell you one thing. Whatever was number 1, definitely won. What was number 1 again, team? Was it Mike? It was Amazon, right? Thank you, Austin. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are laughing at me right now. All right, let's go to Amazon. Let's break it down. This was an ascending wedge. Nice little break, pullback on the hourly. So let's get right into it here. All right, so what I'm going to do for you guys is, let me go ahead and put this full screen here. All right, we're going to walk into it, and we're going to do it this way. Hold on a second. Still got the drawing tool grabbed. I just want the click. Yeah, there you go. All right, there we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it look like it's 9 a.m. again. All right, so this is what I like to do a lot of the times, right? So what I'm trying to do here, and by making it look like it's 9 a.m. again, is I'm trying to focus in, right? I'm thinking about it like it's pre-market, right? We're just getting to the computer. How are we going to take our approach in Amazon today? Well, a lot of this is understanding that Amazon on the 1 hourly has some resistance to play here. And what kind of pattern are we in? It looks like we're in an ascending triangle, right? And so ascending triangles, a lot of the times, are going to move in the direction of the ascending triangle. Don't quote me on this because I would need to like pull out my CMT book, but it happens about 71% of the time. And where you can get this is the studies that Bowalski did. And he has the encyclopedia on candlestick patterns. So if you want to check out that book, that's a really good book. And you guys can take a look into Thomas Bowalski, and you guys can do that research. If you guys want to know how to spell his name, well, search it up in Google because it's pretty hard. But let's keep going. Let's get into Amazon here. One of the things that I also look for is understanding, okay, so the resistance is around here, around the 98.70. But we're going to look to see if kind of this closing area acts as support, right? As we get closer and closer to the uptrend, we can actually even draw kind of the levels to look at, right? And so I don't want to draw too much on this, but this is the up one, the down one, the up two, the down two, the up three. And then what we're going to be looking for is an actual fake out to the downside. Because when you're in this ascending wedge, it's almost like you're hitting the resistance, the resistance, the resistance. Thank you, Austin, for the spelling. And then you're looking for the downturn to fake out some of the bulls, right? To fake them out a little bit. Make it look like the bears are in control. This is why I look for a lot of times red to green action plays. And a lot of times pull back on the hourly to support to then look for that scoop back to the resistance. So here you guys go. You guys will see Amazon. What happens right out the gates here is from 9 to 10, we actually come right back to that trend line and hold right off of that. So I'm going to go in a shorter time frame to show you guys that a little bit so that you guys can see the price action a little bit better. But of course, remember, the hourly really helps you see these levels a little clearer, right? So then we can see here how we get this opening downside action. It makes it seem like it's going to break down through that 97, and then you put a recovery in. This is what you want to be seeing. So quick recovery, and I did not play it all through this area. I waited till it recovered 98, which was right off that trend line, and then looking for it to get right through the resistance. And it got right through the resistance and held the pullback, recovered that. We call that a throwback, and then it came up there towards that 100. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for that fake out to the downside, red to green action, going up above your resistance. And let's go towards the 1 hour chart so that you guys can see that a little bit here as we got through. And as we got through, one of the things that you're looking for, look at the low there, 98.14 on this hourly chart. That's when you transition from the 9 to the 10. And if we go to the 15, we're going to see it here. As we get through that level, you're looking for those pullbacks to hold. And look how it held the line there on the 15. And it really made a nice little push. So favorite charts for me, 15 and the 1 hourly chart. Hourly charts are going to tell us a lot about resistance and support. What overall pattern are we in? And it usually gives us yesterday's price action to look for resistance to become eventually support. And now, as long as we can hold this 98.60 area, I'm going to be feeling bullish on Amazon. All right, that's going to be today's strategy breakdown. All right, that's going to do it for at least the strategy breakdown. We're going to keep things going here on Benzinga. I hope that you guys enjoy it. And looks like some people are throwing up some books there. You can definitely take a look. It's a nice compliment read to Bowalski's book as well. Candlestick Charting Explained by Morris and Lynchfield. I like it, Voodoo. That's what it's all about. Let's help each other out. And if you guys see books out there that help, throw it up. That's what it's all about. I actually have a big list. And so what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to start this probably into the next year. I'm going to really start collecting people that want to be joining a book club for 2023. We're going to be going through all the best finance books out there. How we're going to do it is we're going to have a stream like this where I will be going through those books chapter by chapter. And what we'll do is you guys will read the chapter, and the following week, we'll talk about it here. We'll even bring on guests. You guys can join the stream, and we can have a conversation about what we liked in the chapter, what we didn't, what we can learn from that. And we'll keep moving forward through the book. And we'll even try to reach out to the authors and see if we can get them on. I'm always down for doing some great ideas and learning with you guys. So stay tuned right here, Benzinga. We're going to get to the next level. And we're actually going to help you improve. How we're going to do that is doing ideas like this, where we're bringing the book club to you guys and always trying to build on next things that we can do to up our skills. So let's definitely keep going. Look at that. Even my boy Luke Jacoby loves it. And you guys are loving it in the chat. That's what I want to be hearing. So stay tuned for that. That's going to definitely start in 23. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at some trades out there. I'm willing to take another one. I've had such a good day in Amazon and Microsoft. And shout out to, I think, who was it yesterday I was talking about buying Amazon or Google? Not bad ones from Luke Jacoby yesterday on Benzinga Live. Reminiscence of a Stock Market Operator by Jesse Livermore has to be a fire trading book. Yes, Born. I actually have that one. I just have to pull it out, but I have that one also. That's a great one. All right, let's take a look at the SPY. How we doing in the I SPY with my little eyes? We're hanging in there. We're holding the pullbacks right now. It's seeming to me like the bulls have control. What is the next big move? The next big move is watching a 15-minute candle close above 397. That's going to be the important level here on the SPY to look for if you're a bull and you want to see this kind of continue the upside move. I'll show you why right now. If we go towards the bigger SPY chart here, and I'm going to try to fix this kind of trend line here so you guys can see it here. And what we can see it here is that you're not getting 15-minute candles to close up here. And so we really want to see that get back above this kind of level. You can see how there's 3 wicks up in that area. You want to get above those wicks. If you can close back on a 15-minute above 397, you're looking good to come back for those pre-market highs. Yesterday's close, 4 o'clock here, we have a 398.11. I think if we could actually get above the 397s, we can push towards that 398, and then we'll see if we get continuation there. We're right now at 396.87. Let's see if we get that pop through the 397. And I could even trade the SPY through that 397 if I wanted, because the high there goes towards 397.55. It's not a bad outlook here, but I have to be really quick on the trade. And so, like always, team, you guys choose your own risk assessment. All right, let's take a look at what else is making moves. Basic Materials having a really great day there. Aluminum taking lead there. So trades like Alcoa having a really good one. If you want a cheaper name, CENX. It's one thing I try to do is always bring in some different names for you guys. CENX having a really good day today. That's Century Aluminum Company. Here comes the SPY for that 397. We'll see if we get through that level. Look at you guys dropping books. I love it. Hit the thumbs up. Did we get to 200 likes today? I hope we did. I think we kicked some ass today. I think we deserve some likes. What do you guys think? Let me know. Smash it up. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at what else is moving on. It's been a hell of a day, and I got to say,
I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't.
I feel good. Da-da-na-na-na-na. I knew that I would. Da-da-na-na-na-na. Jay sees it. Massive rotation today. And it looks like it's coming out of some value names even. Do you see that, Jay? What do you see out there? Do you see growth moving or do you see value moving? I see some growth moving. You guys can take a look at that by ARKK, getting some lift there. I'll read you out some names really quickly here. Unity, nice day today. Veryu, Twist, Coin, Hood, Beam. I think that's a Luke Jacoby pick, that Hood. Beam, Shop, TD, T-Doc, Fate. Look at all these ARKKs having a good day. That just shows me growth names. Look at Zoom. Even zooming to the upside. I remember one that I brought up yesterday, Roku. Look at Roku. Day 2 move there in Roku. Not a bad little push up. We'll see what happens in these names. Let's get back to the action. SPY will get through the 397 15-minute wick there. And that's why I say wicks are tricks. And you don't want to be tricked, right? We learned that's for kids, right? Well, don't get tricked. All right, we'll see what else is going out there. Looks like even the party stock is getting a little bit lift today. Party City. Going to look at some other areas to see what's doing well. Energy, of course, doing well today. So you guys can take a look at Oxy. I've talked about that before. The sneaky trade is the industrial trade. That's the one I've been keeping my close eye on. Today, shipping ports leading there. So what is a stock that I would watch there? I've been waiting for SBLK to get out of this area here. And I'll show you guys that chart there. I'm just going to give you guys some more stocks that I've been watching longer term, looking for them to get a nice little daily lift here. And so here you guys see a stock that has been going back through kind of that bearish pattern. I want to see it close towards 22, and then we can start seeing Starbow carriers get the lift. Of course, shipping ports, probably not the best. We've been seeing shipping costs going down, so that's not going to help these stocks, but they do like to make big push. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember Zim. Zim was one of the favorites for a long time in this sector when it was making big moves. But, of course, the industry started coming back down, and look at that rocket and then move right back down. But it did seem like it found bottoming around the 23s. Would want to see Zim close above 27s, and this is in shipping ports. Now let's go do another area that I really liked here, which is, of course, is heavy farming and construction. How is that going on there? Well, why do I like farm heavy construction? Well, I'll show you guys that just using here. Look at that. Look at this chart. Look at that takeoff there in farming heavy construction. In the last 1.5 months, about 33% to the upside. Stocks like Deere, stocks like Cat. Don't miss these moves, team. How can you keep up with this? Of course, stock market movers. We go over the biggest rotationary moves. What was hot and what was not. My favorite segment on that show. So don't miss it, team. There's a lot to go through and a lot that we got today for you guys right here on Benzinga. What's going on, team? How we doing out there? Why is coin up says OP? Well, because probably Bitcoin isn't coming down, probably. That's the truth. And the Bitcoin, as Bitcoin goes, probably you'll see coin go. But right now, some risk assets are getting some uplift. Of course, Bitcoin is still down on the day, but it hasn't really kind of cracked here. I'm taking a look at it right now to see if it's going to crack to the downside, but I'm going to some time frames here to try to figure it out. Let's see it here on the 5-minute. You can see it's been battling there. I'm going to actually put it up big screen here. You guys know that right now is the time where we're actually taking a look at Bitcoin. What's going to eventually happen here? I draw a trend line here on my 5-minute, and I can see it here from to the right. It looks like a nice clean support there. And now we just want to see this support hold. What's the rule of three, guys? What is the rule of three here? Let me draw it out here. Let's see if it comes into play here. So we get this 1 up move. We get a 1 down move. 2 up, 2 down, 3 up. Going to look for 3 down to hold here. So we don't want to see it break the support. If it breaks the support, the pattern can break. But if it holds there, that's usually where I get my entry. And my risk here on a Bitcoin trade would be off of 16,699s. And that's what I would be holding my risk off of for the push back through 1,700. So let's say if I got an entry there somewhere between 16,775, that's not a too bad risk. We're risking about 75 points for a move back up through about 100 to 200 points to the upside. That makes sense for me when I be looking at trades. I'm not telling you I'm taking this trade on Bitcoin, but just how I approach it and the rule of three. SRT8, I don't need to convert you to a bull, my friend. You figure it out for yourself. You think about the things that I say and make your own decisions. That's the truth. I'm not trying to convert anybody here. What I'm trying to do is just show you guys what I see. And I've put a lot of time and effort into these markets. And a lot of that is for you guys to kind of benefit from. But it's all about understanding that this isn't financial advice. This is educational of what I've learned in the industry and my hard work in the last, let's say, 6 to 7 years and learning trading. Omar saying, I don't know, but I don't see enough steam for rally continuation unless the afternoon tells a different story. Can't blame you, Omar. It's okay to have that outlook. All right, let's keep going. I'm just actually trying to see Bitcoin do the move that we talked about, right? And so you can see here how we're trying to like hold towards the support. It's okay for it even to come back and touch it, but you don't want to see that kind of break. You want to see that price action where it's going up, it's coming down, it's going up, down, and then finally a breakout to the upside. If Bitcoin can get up here in this space, well, I'll be feeling bullish for the rest of the day, especially on the SPY. But what are we getting? Big pullbacks here on Microsoft. 1 hour pullbacks could hold around the 243.40s here. Amazon still way above. So this one looks a little bit better, but Microsoft definitely pulling back fast here. I'm sure the SPY is pulling back fast here, but I'm just going to keep my eye on Bitcoin right now. Let's see what happens. Let's see if this relationship can hold, where Bitcoin can maybe find a bounce here and the overall market find a bounce also. Microsoft right off the VWAP. If I wanted to, I could risk maybe 243s here, but I've made enough money that I'm just going to hang out to the side today. Ivy, what's going on? Yes, make your own mind. You could see that Mitch and Zunaid takes different sides of trades all the time. Today, I think we were on the opposite side like 3 or 4 times. But one thing you also see, Ivy, is myself or Zunaid not really attacking each other. We'll maybe poke some fun at each other. But that's what it's about. Because at the end of the day, we're not here to develop that I want to follow Zunaid. I don't want you guys to follow Zunaid. That's not what we're here for. We're here to show you guys how we can develop our own skills and believe in our own capabilities, because that's what you need to do as a trader. You need to have confidence in your own abilities. And once you have that confidence in your own abilities, you can make your own trading investment decisions and use channels like this, like Benzinga, to support you, not hurt you. And so that's why I always say that it needs to be a supportive community here in the chat. And I really appreciate everybody that takes part, talks about stocks that they see moving, everything that they kind of catch out there. That's what it's all about. We're helping each other out, make sure that we catch the moves, catch the rotation. If there's anything breaking news, of course, I like to use Benzinga Pro for that. But of course, I also use you guys, the chat, to maybe call something out, and then I'll check on Benzinga Pro. But it's been a great day today, definitely. 11:13 right now. I'm gonna get some kind of action going for us. I'll do an education video. I have plenty of them from our playlist, so I'm gonna find one to play for us right now. I'm gonna go through a little bit of a trailer here. I want you guys to sign up today, trial for Benzinga Pro. If you guys haven't used the charting service that we're doing right here, what you guys see me using, and of course, always using like calendar in the morning to get ready, intraday movers that are moving, pre-market movers. You guys see everything I have here, detailed in news, going through the stocks, what is moving, catching the news, going through the charts, everything that you guys can be doing on Benzinga Pro. So check it out, team. And of course, you guys can check this out for free, 2 weeks. All you got to do, hit the link in the description below. Benzinga Pro.
Breaking news.
U.S. Treasuries.
In the case of nuclear or radiological fallout, people living around potential threats.
RTW retail wins hitting a high of 45 cents. Seeing some chat room mention on RTW retail wins. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today, the federal budget balance for January. Earnings after the close today from EFX, Equifax, MGM Resorts, NTAP NetApp, and U.S. Nu Skin, PS Pluralsight, TRIP, TripAdvisor reporting after the close.
Educational action, of course. Get ready for that, team. And if you guys are interested in giving some opinions about what you want to see, of course, feel free to go ahead and throw it up there, team. We're going to get you over to some education. What do you guys want? You guys want some psychology action? Are you guys interested in some strategy breakdown? I got lots to go through, so don't worry about that, team. That is definitely for sure. We're going to get to some of that action right now, so stay tuned. All right, trying to pull it up here. Money Mitch, you guys know it, where you guys are at. All right, let's pull up here. We can do some trading mindset, start winning. I think start winning today is going to be a good one, because the big part of start winning here, and if you want to start winning, is using the profit to loss ratio in the right ways. Because when we can really do that, that's going to definitely give us what? A probability outlook. I think it's so important to try to get in that probability mindset. Why do I think it's important to get in the probability mindset? Because like always, the only thing that we can do in trading is try to be what? In the probability. We're never going to know that we're going to be right. I wish we could know that we're going to be right. But the truth is, the only thing you can know is what? That I can get myself in high probability situations, that I've taken statistical data and understanding, whether it be chart patterns, whether it be on kind of supply and demand outlooks, whatever that may be. But the truth is that the probability is on my side. So we're going to go into this educational stream here. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this. I think you guys will. And what it's going to do is talk about a lot about the profit to loss ratio and how you can take advantage of that. So get ready for that, team. That's going to be coming up right now. How to start winning using a profit. I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen. Put this up a little bit here. There we go. Let's get it on here.
If you don't use math in your trading, then you're not going to have probability on your side. Like always, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe below, and let's go ahead and start today's lesson. So when we talk about risk management, we're always going to be talking about profit versus your loss, right? At the end of the day, it's a math and a system that you got to go ahead and use. Let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so the first lesson we got to learn is at the end of the day, it's a process. And really, at the end of the day, I really feel like I'm the process, like the process is about me. You need to be working at getting better. And just like Joel Embiid, let's work on that process. So the first thing you got to answer, are you a gambler? Do you overtrade? Are you looking for the feeling of the rush of uncertain outcomes? Do you look to just prove that you're right? Or do you try to find yourself by trying to make it happen or wishing a trade? This is how you can answer yourself, are you the gambler? Really, what you got to ask yourself is, what does risk management mean to you? Because at the end of the day, risk acceptance is really what matters here. You got to learn how to go ahead and limit your exposure in the market. Calculate the total amount of allowed damage before you exit a trade. And over time, using the risk to get the reward will let the probability actually kick in. So when we look at our profit targets, what does this do to us? This goes ahead and lets us commit to a strategy that will leave us in the profit versus taking quick profits and leaving money on the table. This is something that a lot of traders struggle. At the end of the day, yes, you can manage your risk, but if you don't know your profit area, then you're not going to give yourself the ability to be not the gambler. Let's go ahead and not be that gambler and work towards the betterment of our trading. So the next question to ask yourself, what's a complete trading plan? And I think this is very important. You got to go ahead and set this for yourself. First thing you want to do is find chart patterns that actually give you that A+ setup. Then you need to understand where the levels are. Multiple time frame formats. This is what I always talk about. You got to have those different time frames. If you don't have a different time frame, then you're not going to be able to go ahead and get that advancement. Calculate where risk should be taken from, prior resistance or support. This is so important. If you don't know your levels, you got to understand there's levels to this game. So measure your risk and reward based off of that support and resistance. The next step you got to do is calculate what should be your reward targets based on the chart. If you don't see the resistance where you want your reward, then probably that just might not be where your reward target should be. Your reward target should be based off the chart And then we're going to use our profit and loss ratio to maximize that probability. And the final step, of course, evaluate and ask the question, is the trade viable? Do I have a complete trading plan? Do I know my risk? Do I know my reward? And like Dennis Dick always says, know your out plan. It's very important. All right, the next thing we want to do is planning your trade. Planning your trade is definitely important. You have to have the ability not to hesitate. And I'll say this again, do not hesitate. We need to build our process, build that system. And when we see the triggers, we go ahead and react. We don't get into hesitation mode. The next thing is going to give you an ability to go ahead and have planned results. This is very important because if we have planned results, then we can go ahead and go into a probability mindset and really start to win. The next thing you want to do is definitely predetermine those two key elements of trading, the risk and the reward. Once we have those, we'll be able to get those planned results. We want to improve our execution because at the end of the day, trading all comes down to execution. Because if you can't execute your strategy, then hey, I can give you $1 million strategy, but if you can't trade it, then why learn it, right? Last thing we want to get into is understanding major support and resistance levels. This is going to help us go ahead and determine the levels of resistance and support and targets that we need to be going off of. You want to use historical charting and trading. Remember, guys, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So use those levels and understand that traders are looking at the same levels that you're looking at. What calculating risk really means is that once you have that, you're going to have your trade acceptance. Trade acceptance will help you learn and understand where is the price to pay for the trade. You know that the trade is going to go your way, you never know the trade's going to go your way. That's the truth, guys. I never know I'm going to be right or wrong. What I try to do is simply put on the trade and have that trade acceptance that if it does go against my risk, that's where I'm going to go ahead and get on out. This also measures your exposure. By calculating your risk, you'll know exactly what you're willing to get out on, how much you're willing to get hurt. At the end of the day, we get to be systematic with this, the pain side, I call it, of trading. When you get that risk, understand where you're going to go ahead and get out. This is going to give you the benefit to go ahead and stay in that profit to loss ratio. You got to have patience for that reward. At the end of the day, the reward comes when you have your targets. I think this is so important. When you have your targets, what you're going to do is give yourself that systematic approach and advantage to trading. When you combine this with patience and understanding of risk, what you'll do is you'll be able to hold into that reward instead of running to those profits really quickly and then taking off. Of course, you got to keep your daily logs of trades. We want to go ahead and develop our daily logs of trades. This is what's going to find the data and your skill. Look at your data. Give yourself historical knowledge to go off of. Look for strengths and weaknesses, and mainly analyze your two statistical benchmarks, which are going to be your win accuracy and your profit to loss ratio. It's not what you want, it's what you actually get in your results. Last thing, profit to loss ratio and the understanding, guys. At the end of the day, how is it calculated? It's calculated by the understanding of the total sum average of profit cents. So pretty much if you add up your wins and then you add up your losses and divide it by the total amount of trades. Let's say if you had a 30-cent win, a 21-cent win, a 45-cent win. We're talking about a 96 total cents in 3 trades, so a 0.3 average cent winners. Then calculate your average losers. Then you're going to be able to divide this and get a ratio. Why is it so important? Because at the end of the day, when you have winning accuracy, this is how you get into the winning game here, guys. So I like to target for a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 return. Why? Because beginner traders are usually about 50% correct on the time. And if we go for a 2-to-1, we only need to be 33% accurate. And a 3-to-1, we need to be 25% accurate just to break even. And at the end of the day, that's what you got to first try to do as a beginning trader. Just try to break even, guys. If you can make some money, of course, that's going to be a positive. But at first, I recommend beginner traders just try to be a break-even trader with a consistent system. Like always, guys, find me on Twitter, Story Investors. I hope you guys enjoyed profit to loss ratio. We tried to do this quick for you guys. Let me know in the comments below what you guys want to see next.
All right, team. What you guys think about that lesson there? It's not a bad one there. Definitely to take a look at. And really, when I started getting to that point where I really started to get into the profitability, the one thing that always ruined my profitability was what? Losing my sense of understanding of profit to loss ratio or loss to profit ratio or whichever way you want to call it. But the most important thing is keeping the probability on my side and understanding that when I go ahead and don't take the probability and the profit to loss ratio to mind, then that's when I'm making an execution mistake on my process. So what does that do? It causes my whole process to just fall apart. And so traders out there, if you're realizing, hey, sometimes I'm just not having the correct wave to my equity, a lot of that's probably going to be because you're not understanding your true profit to loss ratio. You're maybe mixing it up. On some trades, you're risking $50 and to make $100. On the very next trade, since you lost and you lost $50, now you only want to risk $25. But the only problem with that is you're ruining your mathematical probability to get back into the green. Because now when you risk $25 on that next trade, you only make $50 on the green trade, then you're back to break even, right? Let's say you went to back to break even. That helped. But on the next trade, you get into the red, boom, you're right back down. And so it's all about trying to find what's a nice sweet spot too, because there could be a time when you find yourself that I'm taking too much risk on each trade. I would rather separate that risk out. Maybe I'm only risking even $25 on each trade. That's okay. You just got to downsize your size, understand that you want to keep your mathematical probability in your favor, and you just might find the green. We'll see what happens. Like always, keep working on your skills. Up next, we got Benzinga Live coming up, so don't miss it. AB will be getting going. AB, when's the last time we did some quiz? We need some quiz action. I want to do a little bit of some quizzing action, some trivia action. Let me know, man. I want to get that going. I want to come back to that. But later today, we got a great show for you guys. I don't want you guys to miss out on this. Later, right here on this stream, you don't got to go anywhere. We will have FUBO CEO interviewing. I myself am going to be interviewing the CEO. We got, of course, FUBO TV. You guys have been talking about this one in the chat for a while now. I remember some people even saying FUBO to 1,000. Well, we'll have to find out from the CEO how it can get towards that 1,000. But stay tuned. That's coming up at 1:15. Up next, you guys got Benzinga Live. And I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of a trailer for the future of crypto. Yes, I said it. The future of crypto? Yes, there's still a future, team. I know there's going to be some people out there that say, you know, that whole mess of crypto's a Ponzi scheme, that kind of mentality. But the truth is that in the winter time is where the building happens. So I'm going to be looking for projects during this time, during the pullbacks, to look at projects that I want to get myself involved into. We'll see what happens, and that's truly what the future of crypto is really all about. So let's go ahead. Let's play that trailer. Are you ready to get going, AB? Just to make sure, let me get a little thumbs up action for you. I don't know if you can hear me. He's not alive yet. He's about to put the headset on. But don't worry. I got you, team. We'll get you over right now. That's going to get going to Benzinga TV. We're going to keep going. We got Benzinga Live. I wonder who AB will have on today. I know that he had Steven on yesterday. He was calling some good levels. He was looking for a nice pullback on the hourly. SPY overall on the day, not having a bad day. So let's maybe just take let me take a peek into the SPY right now. Looks like we're finally starting to pull back here. So you got to be careful out there as we're getting this pullback. And a lot of that's probably that Bitcoin chart breaking down. And you guys can see it here. I'll show you guys that right now before we get towards the future of crypto. And let me share my screen here with you guys. Get you guys to see this breakdown here on Bitcoin there. Look at that, guys. We just drew out the rule of three here. We're looking for it to hold that support and not break down. And that's exactly what we got here, right back down towards the downside. That is the reason why I feel like the SPY is starting to drop. And with that being mentioned, there's still opportunities, right? We could look for maybe some short opportunities, right? I think that MSTR is a good short opportunity. And you guys can take a look at that and determine for your own look. But MSTR, MicroStrategy, let's take a look at how it's doing on the day. All right, let's pull it up big here. See how that's kind of hanging on here. It's actually up from the open here, and I kind of like that, right? I would be looking for it to crack through the 166 area, maybe using resistance right now towards this 168.50 area. We'll see what happens over there. There's 3 resistance there. That looks good for the breakdown through here. And then you can maybe using that 169, looking for that downside action move. We'll see what happens. SPY is looking lower, looking like it wants to crack. Microsoft didn't hold the VWAP. Amazon did pull back towards that hourly resistance, held there. We'll see what happens in Amazon and some other names. But for right now, future of crypto. Check it out, team. You guys can do it and do it yourself. Go towards the future of crypto. You guys can use my promo code. Somebody has to make it out to New York. I want to see you there. Money Mitch 20. Get your discount, of course, to the future of crypto. And I want you guys to all make it to there. I'm going to throw up the link here, and then I'll throw up the promo, and we'll be right into, of course, Benzinga Live coming up next with your man AB. He's getting ready to go. And so there's the link. Check it out, guys. I'll see you there.
What is up, everybody? Happy Friday. Welcome. Ooh, my mic on? There we go. What is up, everybody? Happy Friday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. We're going to start off with Twitter. And so here's the thing. We've talked about Twitter a lot the past 6 months. I was going through a timeline today. I didn't realize this thing all started back in April. I mean, I realized at the time. This was back in April that Musk made his first investment into Twitter. And then, of course, subsequently ended up offering to buy to find what we've said about it. Because one thing that I have been right about Twitter is that all the things that Elon Musk talked about wanting to do when he was invested in Twitter and wanting to buy it, whether it's less content moderation, all these ideas that he had, making the code open source, all these things that he talked about before he bought Twitter, out the window now that he owns it. And that's why I said from the get-go is having no content moderation, free speech, all that. And trust me, I support free speech. I've said this on the show before too. I think they should repeal that section 130 or 230 that makes it essentially, that allows social media sites to censor people. But it all sounds great in theory, but there's a reason Facebooks and Twitters and all these places have had content moderation for years and years and years. And it's because it's important for the bottom line. It's important for the business. You're seeing advertisers flee Twitter. I'm officially calling it. It is a shit show at the fuck factory. You have Jesus Christ verified right here saying, why the assumption I am fake? So we saw in the past 2 days, a fake Eli Lilly account pop up saying insulin is now free for everyone. And real people saw this and thought it was the real Eli Lilly company. And now that their insulin is going to be free, and then they find out, no, they're still paying for it. We saw a fake Nintendo pop up with a verification badge, posting illicit videos of Mario and characters and stuff. So just notice how much, Elon's intentions, what he's wanting to change with Twitter have changed. From, again, before he owned it, it was about implementing more free speech, getting rid of bots, making the source code or making the code open source. Now that he owns it, it's about trying to charge $8 a month and figure out how to keep advertisers. And this thing has been the biggest headache in the world for him, I'm sure. And he's essentially, it's ironic and funny that he's essentially getting trolled right now by people that have, done these impersonations. Because Elon's kind of long been a troll and loved to poke fun at people and whatever. And he's now literally getting trolled out of millions of dollars as advertisers flee the company. Twitter already rolled back the Twitter Blue this morning. So they've done this for about, a week? 3 days? They were offering blue check marks for $8 and they've already had to roll it back. I mean, I don't know. I think even the most ardent, even the most loyal Elon Musk supporters, fanboys, have to be shaking their head right now and saying, what is this guy doing? How could you possibly say the decisions that Elon has made over the last 6 months are not reflective of someone who's quote unquote supposed to be the smartest man in the world and a genius and going to change the world? He's throwing capital away just like Sam Bankman-Fried threw capital away. And I do think Elon Musk is going to have a Sam Bankman-Fried type fallout here soon. I don't know if that's going to mean the next month, the next 2 months. But as the Twitter situation looks more and more dire, so does Tesla's stock. Tesla's stock is going to remain under pressure for as long as this Twitter situation is looking as bad as it is. We, of course, saw Elon sell more Tesla shares. Tesla now trading back below $190. Obviously, great day yesterday with everything else that's up, but Tesla's still down more than 10% in the last 5 days. Tesla stock is down 10% in the last 5 days. That's $20 billion for Elon Musk. And he's already out all this money on Twitter. So again, that's my biggest point right now is just how much Elon's intentions have changed from what before he owned Twitter to now that he owns Twitter. And that was my whole point from the get-go, is all these things that he wants to see are great till you're the one footing the bill, till you're the one running the business and have to worry about the bottom line. It's like, oh yeah, there's a reason we started doing content moderation on certain stuff. And it wasn't because we were trying to censor certain people or whatever. It's because they were trying to do what's best for their business. That's what businesses do. They make decisions that are going to be best for its bottom line. So every time, a Facebook or a Twitter was doing something and censoring something about COVID, it wasn't for this altruistic mission to put certain COVID information out there and censor it. No, it was to protect advertiser dollars and to protect the bottom line of the company. And Elon's learning that the hard way. And I'm sorry that if he wasn't a smart enough guy to realize that. I mean, I'm not the only one that was out here saying that all these things that he wants to do, he's going to find out is a lot harder to do once he's the one running the company. Blind Trader, morning man, I hope you're killing it today. I hope everyone's killing it today in the markets. We'll take this time, transition off Twitter, at least for now. Go to Benzinga. And by the way, I am kind of personally upset by it. I've been on Twitter for since 2010 or something, 12 years, since I was 13 years old. And I've loved Twitter. I've spent a lot of time on Twitter. And I'm seeing it collapse in real time, and it's sad to watch. All right, we're still in the green on SPY, which I love to see this, and I said this yesterday that I could see us being essentially flat tomorrow, just because I love the idea of not that I have I don't even know how to say it, Schadenfreude. I don't get pleasure out of seeing someone else lose money, but I saw a bunch of freaking idiots on Twitter yesterday saying, "Oh, the market's up 6% today. I'm gonna buy puts." Here's the thing: the market ain't that easy. Sometimes, sure, market will be up 5% in a day and you'll get a 2% sell off the next day. And I still think we will see some sort of, sell-off profit taking from this rally. I don't think it'll be that significant. I think we could see SPY go from 395 back down to 390. But it's never as easy as just, oh, market was up a bunch today. We're gonna buy puts. If it were that easy, we'd all be rich. And again, it's the same thing with down days. A big down day, it's like, oh, you're going to buy calls the next day. You think the market's going to rebound. Hey, the market was up 6% today or 6% yesterday for a reason. And I don't think all that bullish energy just goes, yeah, see, Shelly, I was going through my old tweets. Well, actually, that was, I searched through... AB, can I buy a seat on one of your rockets? I don't know about that. I'm just saying maybe he fixes. I don't know. I went through my tweets. I was searching to see what I had tweeted about Taylor back in the day. Because all the, it's hot now for people to act like they like Taylor Swift, but it's come on now. You're not one of the true OGs. I'll gatekeep that any day. But anyway, that was my thoughts on the market today going into it. Was I wouldn't be surprised to see us up slightly or relatively flat, just because, again, I mean, it's never that easy to just come in and buy puts. I think if I were looking to go short certain names, a Coinbase or a Tesla. I think okay, so here's the ARK, Tesla, Coinbase, and MicroStrategy. I still think have a ways to fall. This is not investment advice, not financial advice, but I'm making a prediction that those 4 names still have a ways to fall. Does that mean I'm bearish the overall market? No. But I think those specific names in terms of like over-leveraged, high-growth companies that in a high-interest rate environment, I think struggle. I don't think we're going to see the price action that we saw yesterday on ARK, Tesla, Coinbase continue throughout the next month or so. I mean, ARK had its like best day ever yesterday. And I'll pull up the tweet showing this, but ARK has ceased to trade based on its, which is, okay, and this is, you know, if Tim Quast were here today, we would talk about, you know, the supply and demand for the actual ETF, and that's really what ultimately ends up determining the price. But for most ETFs, the price ends up trading somewhat relative to that fund's underlying values. So, for example, if an ETF is made up of 10 names and all 10 of those stocks are down 10%, you could assume that ETF should be down about 10%. And so equal weighting, of course. So if it had held 10 names, 10% and everything was down 10%, you would expect that ETF to be down 10%. But of course, it matters more about the supply and demand for that specific ETF. Maybe people want to buy it more. Maybe people want to sell it more. I don't know. Either way, ARK has stopped trading relative to its underlying names, the holdings, and the value of those names and the price action. If it were trading based on the value of the names, it would be much, much lower. And here, I'll go ahead and pull up the tweet. I just forget the dude's name who tweeted it. See, like, what am I going to do without being able to... Find news and information on Twitter. Depends on the weight. Whoa. Which I think with a name like ARK, it honestly makes sense that I think it would have more demand than like what the price should be underlying, just because obviously ARK has had like a history and is a retail favorite. ARK shares outstanding down only 3.9% from all-time highs, owns 16 days of volume in multiple illiquid names with no valuation support. Soon to be 30 plus days at current volume. Then suddenly 100 days trying to sell. You ready for the end game? It's rhetorical. I know you're not. So this guy's basically saying that ARK has a lot of exposure to names that have no valuation support, and thus the only thing propping up ARK at this point is the name of the ETF. Again, look, yesterday was one of the best day in ARK's history. Go Kathy. But the fact to me that I saw this week that she's buying more Tesla shares in this environment, continuing to buy the dip on a high growth, overvalued name, is showing me that Kathy Wood really hasn't learned a single damn thing over the past, year? ARK topped out last November. It has been a full year since anyone has made any money on ARK, unless you were buying puts or trading SARK. The fact that she's still buying Tesla right now, the fact that Kathy Wood is still nibbling at Tesla, shows me again that she has not learned a single thing over the last year. I think, like Sam Bankman-Fried, she has this, she thinks she's invincible. I think she thinks she can just keep buying Tesla, keep buying these high growth shitty names, and eventually she's going to end up making her money back. I don't know. I do know, and look, I don't want to get, I don't want to, sorry, Rohan, I'm just seeing your message. If I ever don't see your Slack like that, you can just pop in the mic and tell me. I'll try to look at the camera more. She just does not learn. Sorry, right now, though, I'm getting the link to Zunaid because he's going to hop on for a second. And I don't want to get to, this is kind of controversial, but I'm going to be honest because it's I don't know. I'm going to be honest about my opinion on this, and understandably, or I understand that people will probably disagree with this, but Cathie Wood thinks that she has some like mission from God. Like she legitimately thinks she has some mission from God to do this investment. And again, I know this might be to me, this is that's like a huge red flag. Like I don't know if you're telling me the person I'm investing my money with is doing so based on because she thinks she has a mission, like a divine power. It just, to me, like that's a big red flag. I don't know. Again, maybe some people love that about her. We try to find the. She said it in a podcast. There's also a big New York Times article about it. Here, let me pull it up. It's like if she's like, yeah, I'm just going to keep buying Tesla because I'm on a divine mission from God, and eventually God will like help out and the stock will come back. Like, that's not a good enough. Most of my friends told me I was nuts, yet I wasn't listening to them. I knew that I need to follow God's will for me, she told a Christian ministry organization. That was the only way I was going to be happy. So basically, she left whatever she was doing before ARK. And ARK itself is like ARK is like like Noah's Ark. It's a biblical reference. I really feel like this was the Holy Spirit just saying, okay, this is the plan. I mean, again, I know this might piss some people off in the chat, or people might disagree. To me, that's like batshit crazy, and I would not want to invest my money with someone who thinks they're on God's. That first of all, not that someone that thinks they're on like God's mission or whatever, but that they would think that God's mission for them would be to run an investment firm. Like, not to, spread the gospel or any of that, but to run an investment firm. Really? I mean, I don't know, Zen Bullish. You can... No, okay, maybe not these exact quotes, but you should listen to her talk about the subject more. And she... I'm all for people wanting to follow their dreams, right? And obviously everyone has their different... see a business plan from beyond. Like the whole thing I'm saying... Wham. That's fair. Maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but all in on... Is that an actual ticker? You should listen to that podcast with I've listened to clips of it with Cathie Wood before, and again, that to me, I'm just saying, I'm being honest, that was like a red flag to me. Other people may see it differently. It might be a green flag to some people. We're all entitled to our opinions, and my opinion might be wrong. See, that's good. I like that. God's mission for me was to make all the mistakes in trading so that I can help others not to. I'm Christian. I think that's goofy. Yeah, I'm not even like, I'm not like I don't even know. I don't know what I would describe myself as, but I'm certainly not like I'm not like a person that makes fun of people's different spiritualities or religions. And I'm not trying to do that with her. Like it's just the fact that to me, there should be a Chinese wall essentially between your, how you invest your money and your like spiritual beliefs in a higher power. I don't know. You should read that book she's talking about, AB. It may change your life to devote. Interesting. Oh, the Jesus Call-In podcast. I've heard about that book before. I've gotten it recommended to me before. But I'm also not very religious, so I don't know if I'll read it. All right, let's go ahead and get Zunaid on. Z-Man, what up, brother?
I love when you go on your rants. It was fun listening in.
What do you think? What are your thoughts?
So I don't know. So if the podcast was about God, right, then I think the context is more so of, hey, this was the calling and things like that. I mean, I get it. I understand it. I'd have to listen to the before and after. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm being
too harsh. I just like even if Warren Buffett was like, I'm doing this, you know, I run Berkshire Hathaway off God's will. Like, I would still think it has nothing to do with Kathy Wood. Like, I would think anyone that said that, I would think it's weird. I don't know. I mean, I don't. Even if Jason Raznick said I'm running Benzinga off of God's will, I would think it's weird. And again, I might be reading too much into it. My opinion might be wrong. Sorry.
I believe you went ahead and had a famous quote that Michael Murray would like to let you know that he loved. And I believe it is when you said, I quote, "Twitter is a shit show in the fuck factory."
Yeah, that's not original. That's from Succession.
Oh, come on.
I could take credit for it, but it's from Succession. It's like, I think it's an episode title of Succession, but it's a great quote. I mean, everyone should be using that.
Well, I still think it's great, Michael Murray.
It's also the perfect way to describe Twitter right now. I mean, it is in complete disarray. And it's funny. I mean, I retweeted a tweet yesterday that says, let me find it. This was great.
That's hilarious, bro.
And you've been on Twitter for a while too. I mean, you've got like thousands of followers on there.
1,800, but yes. I'm trying to verify almost the right way. The right way.
I retweeted this tweet that just says, "I'll never leave. Women and children get lifeboats, but shit posters go down with the ship."
Wow. I love it. I love it. I am going to steal who was it that said this? I believe it was Seekin. God's mission for me was to make all the mistakes in trading so that I can help others not to. 100%.
Go ahead.
I've been thinking about like having a Twitter account just to like journal my own entries and like, you know, things like that. Cause I've been on a little bit of a slump, if you will. And I feel like in my bio, what better thing to put than that? I love it. It's great. It's right up my personality too. And my portfolio for the past 2 months. I love it.
This is something I wholeheartedly believe. Kind of sounds cheesy, but I honestly think like a mistake. A mistake is only a mistake if you don't like take anything from it, don't learn anything, and continue to make that same mistake. If you make a bad trade and then you learn from it, and the next time you're in a situation like that, and having that knowledge of the bad trade you've made in the past helps you in your trading for the future, then that original bad trade wasn't a mistake. It was just a lesson. It was a lesson you paid a little money for.
Yeah, but like I don't learn from mistakes unless it's the 7th time. So
the 7th time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you need to. I don't know.
Read the book.
Atomic Habits, maybe.
Habits, you mean?
Isn't that what I said?
I think you said habits. I don't know.
Atomic Habits.
Oh man! Look, if
were we supposed to read that?
Yeah. Well, were we like a book club?
Yeah.
Oh well, we see. Look, there's a bad habit. We clearly didn't follow through on it. I'm still reading it, but very slowly but surely. But I'm short SPY. If anyone wants to make money, you should go long SPY.
You want to see something funny?
Always.
So some people might make fun of me for this. I don't know. I don't think this is something to be made fun of. I'm trying to do real journalism out here. So I don't know if you saw this. I don't even know if you've been keeping up with the Sam Bankman-Fried League of Legends shit. Or not Sam Bankman-Fried. No, I didn't mean League of Legends. I meant FTX shit, obviously.
Yeah.
But so he plays League of Legends. And someone tweeted last night or 2 nights ago, what the fuck? He just played a League game and posted a screenshot that showed him like supposedly playing League. And I didn't believe it really at first, but then I was like going through the replies and like a lot of people seem to be taking it legitimately.
Let me see. I want to see the screenshot after you're done with this.
Okay, hold on, let me go. So I was trying to verify it because there weren't any articles or anything about it. And I thought it would make like a juicy article, like Sam Bankman-Fried playing League while, you know, FTX collapses, like all this shit. The screenshot, my buddy was, I sent it to my buddy who plays League to try to verify, and he said, let me see what he said. He said, have you ever played League, by the way?
I have not, but I watched the League of Legends finals in that was just held in San Francisco. I was inspired to be more than I am currently in the esports space. I mean, that show was incredible.
So he said, I sent this screenshot to my buddy. He said, oh yeah, that looks like a large troll. That website is op.gg. Doesn't have profile pictures like that, and says that dude is ranked number 2 on the server. And no shot, he wouldn't be just playing League all day. Like, basically, if this was really Sam Bankman-Fried and he was number 2, he would have had to been playing League like all day or whatever. But so I was DMing the different accounts, and this dude was just like, oh wait, were you guys seeing the screenshot earlier or no?
No, we've only been looking at your DM.
Oh my god, I was sharing the wrong tab. My bad, y'all.
My friend, it's okay. It happens.
You should have told me.
I didn't know what was happening. Okay.
So he was saying that this dude, like, it says Sam BF ladder rank 2, like he's ranked number 2 on the server, like all this thing.
So he just changed his tag.
I just never play the game, and I know he actually plays League, and there was a real story about about how he was like playing League in the middle of a Sequoia pitch and ended up getting money from them. And I'm one of my roommate my roommate from college that I texted this to played League, and like I know how League players are, so would it like absolutely shock me? No. And I was basically trying to like do some due diligence, figure out this is real. This dude was just like, he laughed, or no, not him. Someone laughed at me when I was like, is that screenshot real? And they were just like, oh yeah. Is that screenshot of SBF playing League legit? And they just did laughing emoji. So I responded, LOL. And then they liked it, that they kind of just screwing around with them. But
and then you said the future of crypto.
Yeah.
Jason would be very proud of you.
He said, this dude said, I said, is that SBF's League screenshot legit? He goes, no, I'm an engagement farmer. It's a fake screenshot. I was just like, LOL, thanks.
Honesty. Nice.
Thanks for the honesty.
I love it. What are we YOLOing today?
What are we YOLOing? I think some ARC puts and some ARC puts, and then give me something to get calls on. ARC puts and CVX calls.
CVX calls. Why CVX?
Making new highs. 185. I think a lot of recession fears are subsiding. Okay, well, here's the thing. Some people think that the only reason inflation looks like it's topping is because we're heading into a recession, but I think there's a lot of indicators that kind of refute that. I like energy right here. XLE. I want to keep trading it until we're not until we're not in an uptrend. What is that face for? What are you looking at?
My face is of annoyance. Excuse me a second. Let me put on what I want to put on to show you
Dude,
guys.
XLE is up 60%.
Holy
in the last year.
I was gonna tell you to go long FDX because of this gap fill that Mitch and I talked about earlier. So I took this trade, I brought it to Mitch's attention. He said he was looking at the gap fill, and I was going to tell you to go long or buy some calls that were maybe a couple of weeks out as a YOLO. But here's FDX. Here's my lovely trade, chat. I went ahead and bought it twice at 167 and 167.61, and then sold it all at 167.93. Right? Quick little scalp. I'm good at what I do.
Dude, I really like this. I like that. Well, remind me in the chat. There was another chart we were looking at yesterday that looked like it had a nice gap fill to the upside.
Oh, what is happening? Look at this move. It is now up $8 from where I sold it.
Holy shit.
Holy damn. I don't know what
I mean, it was kind of a joke that day that that FedEx went down like 30% in a day or whatever, because it's like, yeah, like they kind of like they're probably slowing down shit, but it's fucking FedEx. Like, it's gonna be fine over time. Is that a good way to invest?
Here's what Benzinga needs to do to invest in us. You and I need a show. We'll call it the YOLO show, the Lotto show. And it's where Benzinga gives us $1,000 every single month, and we YOLO $250 each every single week for shits and giggles.
Dude, yesterday, I was actually really upset. I had QQQ calls that expired Wednesday, and then yesterday was like the best day for the Qs ever. If I would have rolled those over or bought more, the calls were up like over 1,500% overnight. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Didn't make any money. I haven't made any money off of like everything I've been right about over the past 6 months, and I've lost money on everything I've been wrong about.
Well, thanks to you, I've made money twice on Snap. So
there you go.
You think Jason will go for the idea?
The YOLO show?
The YOLO
I think, let's see. I'm trying to think of what we could do to make them want to give us money to trade more.
Just $1,000 a month.
We could just pitch them on you know how like FTX spun off Alameda? We could just spin off a hedge fund from Benzinga and stream it. And
we'd lose money just like FTX. I like it.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Think about it. Okay, how about this? All right, the first fully transparent hedge fund. We stream all of our research and trades in real time. You can be more of the like day trader arm of the hedge fund. I'll be the more like swing trader investor, and then we'll be the first fully transparent. We stream everything we do, and if we do decent, people will like it.
Michael Murray, if you're still watching, we need a sponsor.
I don't think Michael Murray is still watching.
I don't think he is either. But in case he is, we need a sponsor. Oh, man. SPY, by the way, short's working out real nice at the moment. Let's go. Come on. Let's make a low a day. Let's test low a day, AB. You know what I'm saying, bro? Let's test low a day.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand Seekin's comment. LOL, were you telling your opinion to others but didn't get a similar feedback? Because that, same as me, LOL, things I tell other played out 90%, things I didn't tell, but risk on my own always
He's talking
falls.
about you sucking at trading.
Yeah, it's not even as much like the stocks and shit around it. It's just like more I've been, like I was right about, right after Terra Luna, like Bitcoin was still at like 35,000 or 40,000. And I was basically like, I don't see how this doesn't essentially cripple the whole crypto industry. And I have a video. I mean, like, I'm not just, you know, we have a video on Benzinga Live that's titled "Why Bitcoin Will Keep Crashing," like months and months and months ago. And again, I tried to short Bitcoin. I tried to make money off of it. Couldn't really find a good way to do it. Obviously, if I would have been more persistent, there are a number of different ways I could have made money off that prediction.
What prediction do you have for me to make money on? Is the question.
My prediction right now is that I think we're gonna keep rallying. I think we'll probably see a pullback at some point, but overall market I think is gonna remain strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go ahead and call Grandma and tell her to get into some puts that expire in 3 hours.
No, what the hell?
What'd you do?
What the hell? My what's going on in the governor's race of Arizona?
Oh boy. I'm not a big follower of that, but now you're gonna make me go to CNN.com.
I don't know if I told you this, Nate. I've started trading political outcomes, shares of political outcomes. I'll pop.
You're doing predict?
Yeah.
Or predict. I don't know why I said it like that. Sorry.
I don't know why you did either, but I started with 250 in my account and now I'm up to 365. I was actually pissed. I sold everything and had like cash and I was like, hey, I'm just going to take the free like $100 that I made overnight. And I have like a lockup period. It won't let me withdraw money for 30 days. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm going to start trading more of this.
What they want. Oh, I got to see what type of markets they're in. So it's all political, or can I go ahead and, you know, give them all this shit?
We can go to the markets. Most of them are political outcomes, but some of them aren't like necessarily like they're not all just like elections. Like there's one, what will the corporate tax rate for 2023 be? You know, 24.6% to 27. So it's not all, you know, elections. Some of them are just like, will this happen or not? Will Biden resign during his first term? Probably not.
Here's a question. Are you just
does dying count
on favorites?
What'd you say?
Are you just continuously betting on favorites?
No. On see on this one, GOP Senate seats after midterms, I bought at 21 cents on the dollar. So that was giving it at about 1 in 5 chance of it happening at the time, and now it's up to 68 cents on the dollar. So I've already more than doubled. I've tripled. my return on that. But it was for a little bit less. Like I only put $21 into that, but I might get paid out $92 on that bet. Some of them, like this one, oh no, I'm down on this one now. This one I did bet on a favorite, so I bought it at 59 cents, and now it's down to 58. Should I just get out of this one? I don't know.
No, just leave it. I'd set a stop loss at 49 cents.
I don't know if you could do a stop loss on it. But you,
man, if you could bet on like some other stuff, I'd be interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a betting market for like everything. You can do TA on these charts too.
I need to, you know what? There's one site where you could bet on like, will the market close red or green or above this or what? You know what I mean? Let me see if that's still a thing. Hang on. Financials? No, they took it away. Yeah, looks like they took it away. Smart people.
Is it possible to share the link in here for what? Predict it? It's just predictit.org.
Yeah, Google it. That's all you gotta do. Type it in.
Google it, bro.
Well, no, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant like even if you get the spelling wrong, predict it, you'll be all right. And there's the link.
Or it could be predict it.
What I'm saying is that's the reason Google will help you, because it'll just be like, you know, just like that.
All right, what's going on with this market? I might lose all my money here.
Well,
I will never financially recover from this. Wait, by the way, when you asked me what was my prediction, I said I think we're going to keep rallying. I did not mean like short. I meant like over the next few weeks. I think we're going to see the SPY get back to we're going to hit 420 on the SPY in 2 weeks.
420?
We're going to hit 420 on the SPY in 2 weeks on November 21st, Monday.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
How big of a return is that from there? 395 to 420?
Give me a second. I'll tell you.
No, I'll tell you before you.
Oh,
Initial value 395, final value 420. Yes, we're gonna go up another 6% here. I'm not gonna say all in a straight line. We might go up a few percentage points, down a few percentage points. But then yeah, Monday of Thanksgiving week, we will hit that 420 spot.
Do you have a guest on Monday before 12 o'clock?
Do I have a guest on Monday before 12 o'clock? I'm not sure why. Oh, I saw something in Slack. I don't know. I'll address that like over the weekend or something.
I've seen people tag you over the weekend and you don't respond, so don't give me that.
True.
No.
True. Weekends.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a call here. Can I make a call here? Yeah, I'm gonna make a call here.
Sure.
An executive call.
Oh, I thought you meant like you were making a trade.
No, I mean that I already have. I've already told folks that I'm in the SPY short, off the VWAP. But this segment, shout out to Michael Murray and whoever else was part of putting it together. Shout out to Mitch, who I believe did the interview. Is we're gonna have accounting experts when it comes to trading. They did an interview yesterday, and they're gonna replay that interview at 10:45 a.m. on Monday. So those of you that are watching right now, you can learn a little bit about taxes and how to legally set yourself up for success and retain as much value as possible. So keep an eye on that.
It's more fun if you just YOLO your taxes and hope the IRS doesn't audit you.
I mean, you only get audited if you win and you say you didn't. But like, let's be honest, you're not winning.
Facts.
Are you down on the year is the question.
Depends on how you quantify that.
Do you have less money today than you did on January 1st in your trading account?
That's a loaded question, Zunaid.
Okay, let me dive in a little deeper. How much are you down percent-wise? I don't want to know your money, but percent-wise.
In my Robinhood account?
Sure.
Year to date?
Yes.
I'm down 99.97%. I'm not a tape reader. So I still haven't gotten close. I haven't gotten even anywhere remotely close, not even the same stratosphere as losing as much money as either Elon Musk or Sam Bankman-Fried this year. So when you look at it that way, I'm really winning.
Yeah, but like percentage-wise, you're kind of there.
Yeah. I'm like, I have probably, I have the same. No. My percentage returns are actually way better than Alameda's. Alameda lost like $8 billion. I'm not in the hole.
Yeah, but like, okay. All right. Sure, the bar has been set very low here.
So these were like real professional, hedge fund at Alameda, and I'm outperforming them by a lot.
I like it. I mean, well said. How can I argue with that?
With that said, Robinhood, to anyone who is new to this show or doesn't know me, my Robinhood account is specifically for making YOLO options trades that expire, the day after. Whatever, and it's been a wild ride. I'm not gonna lie on my Robinhood account. Been a tough past few months. I was essentially, I've gotten chewed up the last few, like 3 months or so, by just kind of being perpetually bullish and perpetually long, and getting chewed up on everything that has been getting crushed.
Right.
And but outside of my Robinhood account, I have like my real investment portfolio. That's probably down this year too. But obviously not down like that much.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, I was just curious,
Yeah, my Robinhood ride has been a wild ride. TBH. I'll show the screen. I've got nothing to hide. I've got no money in it right now.
Oh, you chucked it all?
I don't know. Did I blow up the account? Maybe I have $3.62.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. Look, all time. This is actually sad. Now I'm down all time. Before, even though I had lost all this money, I was at what?
I just don't like looking at that 99.91.
So yeah, like on March 16th, 2020, I was up $11,000 in like 2 weeks.
Nice.
And that was when I first started trading options. I literally went from like here's where my account started, January 20th, and within like 2 months I just bought a bunch of puts. All right, then I lost like 10 grand, so I was up 15. Bam, bam, bam. Stayed short, lost a bunch of money. Always in the green still. Okay, here I'm down $500, and then I don't even know what the fuck I did here, but I went from $3,000 into my account to 22.
Did you deposit?
No, I didn't. I've never had that much money. I had some like crazy trades. One of them was a Clorox put, I think, when they reported earnings and their stock dropped like 25% or something. I don't really know.
Bro,
I can go back and.
I like you, but there's no way you went from 22 to $3.
Oh, I did.
I need a TikTok on this. I need a TikTok on this.
Bro, this is nothing. Okay, so what? I had 22,000 in my account on March 29th. That was what, 8 months ago.
That's someone's rent for the year.
Yeah, it might be two people's rent. That might be two people's rent for the year.
$3,000 away from PDT, breaking it.
I know. I got greedy. We were in I remember this pretty clearly because we were in Miami for the cannabis conference. Sure. April 20th or April 19th. Okay, so a couple things happened here. One was Tesla reported earnings on the 20th. Right. And I was so bearish Tesla. I was like, all right, there's no way in this market environment that it reports another great quarter, whatever. Of course, they somehow still beat deliveries while every other car company was like struggling with supply chain issues. I was right, by the way. The stock ended up going down like 20% right after the earnings. It just didn't move on that report. Sure. For freaking accounting fraud. I'm just kidding. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would, I don't know, throwing that out there. But then April 20th also, if you go back and look, like the S&P 500 was down like legitimately, like I want to say like 3.5% that day, and it just kept moving lower. And we went through like a 3-day period where the S&P 500 dropped like 7% in 3 days. And I kept buying calls because I was like, things aren't as bad as people are making them out to be. And I just kept getting chewed up. Got it down to 10. Oh, wait. I'm tripping. This is 2021. What I'm talking about is here, April 20th. Yeah, right here. I continued to, I had like 14 grand, lost a bunch here, made like 3 grand back here at the end of May. And then it's been a sad 3 months.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't go to Jason with our idea because.
Well, you know, yeah, I don't know.
You're not making a compelling case here.
Did you post this on Wall Street? Dude, no, Wall Street Bets, like this wouldn't even, people wouldn't even bat an eye on this on Wall Street Bets.
This isn't
there was a
that
dude, there was a dude I saw the other day who lost like $120,000 on like calls or something. And people were like roasting him in the comments and he was literally just replying like, it's just money. I'll be fine. Like,
wait, how much did he lose?
I want to say like 120 grand. And he was like posting all about it. Like, I forget what the exact trade was. I think it was an earnings play and he ended up being, it was like laughably wrong. Like he was like buying calls and the stock ended up going down like 30%. And everyone was like, RIP. And he was basically just like, I'll be fine. It's just money. Like, obviously if you're throwing that much, well, not obviously, because there are certainly people who make big trades like that. But hopefully if you make that, or if you're making trades that big, you know, you're fine.
That's insane, bro. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, I mean,
you lost 20 G's on a YOLO account.
I don't know. What I would want to do is go through and find my biggest, like which trades I made the most money on, which trades I've lost the most money on. Robinhood honestly makes it like pretty hard to go through and do that. Like to find my trades on here, I have to go through.
Just look for like a monthly statement.
I know those are hard to read too.
You are a funny guy, my man.
Like, I don't know. Where's the, I don't even know where my statements are.
All right. You got it. You got it, bro.
What are you trading? Are you still in your puts?
No, I got out of my puts, unfortunately. I took them at a loss.
Man, you shouldn't have faded me.
Well, I ended up losing money on the trade overall, but barely because I was. I
bet FedEx is still moving higher.
Previous close. Let's see. If it made 780s, I'll be crying. It didn't. Thank you.
Oh, it actually came down a little bit, but SPY's still ripping. Hell yeah, get fucked, Bears.
Wow. Okay, that was aggressive.
What? If you're short right,
disappointed father.
If you're short right now, which I know you are, Zunaid.
I was. I'm not anymore, but yeah.
Well, I just meant in like physical stature, but I'm just kidding. I could say that because I'm also short.
I am slouching. Slouching.
If you're short right now, I don't know what the hell you're doing. You missed your chance to be a bear. Let's pull up the SPY on a year chart. Oh my God. Let's pull up a SPY on the 5-year chart. Here's your chance to be bearish. Boom, 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 boom. Now that we're already down 25% on the SPY. Okay, I'll rephrase this because there will be short-term, you know, like for example, between yesterday, SPY's up 5%. Today, the SPY goes up again. Monday, say the SPY's up again. We'll probably see a little sell-off on Tuesday or Wednesday or something. So you could probably make some money trading some puts here or there. But I'm just talking about overall, if you're like net short here, on a longer term basis, like on a swing trade, I don't know what you're doing, honestly. Like, because you missed your chance to be bearish. I'm not even saying you have to be full bull or whatever, but I don't know why I would want to be short the overall market right now. It doesn't make whoa. Robinhood got some new charts.
Oh, would you look at that?
We talked about this yesterday on the show a little bit. Look, they got RS. Look at this, Zunaid. Wow. You should start doing your
my TA over there.
Yeah. Look, like I want to.
You know where they got the money to implement all this, right?
Sam Bankman-Fried.
And your 20,000.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. I was really happy with that one. Hopefully you liked it.
Yeah.
Where is 17.2?
Do you think if I just write them and I say like, can you just give me an oopsies and I can start back with 20 grand in my account?
Can you give me an oopsies? You know, here's what I was always told in life. It doesn't really hurt to ask, man. It doesn't really hurt to ask.
Yeah. What if I say like I had a kid and that was my kid trading and I would like my money back?
I think they'd say we're sorry, but sucks to suck. Next time we're never mind. But yeah.
Oh, holy shit, man. That had to hurt once Bitcoin got up to like 60K. I know that hurt.
What was BTC back then?
In 2017? Well, 2017 is when it had the big run up to like 18K. So he could have had it at 18K. Wait, 25. I mean, how much money is that?
Wait, that's even before. Yeah, that's before. Actually, that's right around the time. So Bitcoin was approximately 20. Yeah, this was, you're right. It was a run up between that 20,000-ish.
Yeah, so it could be a wide range of price. 25 times 60,000. 1.5 mil. Holy shit. Sorry,
Seekin. Make him feel bad.
I'm not making him feel bad. I was just curious. Makes me feel better about my 20K.
What an asshole, bro.
But you're right. It's just money. That reminds me of the Billy the Dogecoin creator yesterday tweeted. He was like, people always ask me if I regret selling all my crypto, and let me just find it because I'm gonna butcher it. Although he fucking tweets a lot.
If only there's a search function.
If only there was a search function. Yes, I agree. Honestly, Zunaid, you're not as dumb as some people say. Oh, it's actually, he didn't. It's right here.
Man.
I love when people ask me if I regret selling all my crypto in 2015. Like, oh no, not at all. I love that I missed out on millions of dollars and a happy, carefree life instead of being a wage slave living in an apartment. Thanks for reminding me about that. Really appreciated.
I agree. Like, of course he feels bad, huh? Of course he regrets it. Why'd you take?
I regret losing 20K on Robinhood. At the time, it didn't feel like a lot of money, but now that I don't have it, it feels like a lot of money.
Yeah, especially when I rub it in your face. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, there are a lot of silver linings in this. We talked about earlier on the show, Zunaid. As long as I learn from the mistakes, it's just a lesson learned. It's not a mistake.
I'm sorry. You want to go back to your Robinhood chart about how you were up 13 grand and you lost that? Then you gained back 20 and then you lost that. So I'm not quite sure you learned from your mistake, my friend.
I agree. There's something to be learned in risk management for sure. There, I'll work on that.
But look, let's be honest. God told us to trade and make mistakes so that others don't have to. So
100%. I'm on God's will.
You're such.
Hey, if Kathy can lose billions of dollars and call it God's will, I can lose 20K and call it God's will.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Do you?
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too, and I think about this a lot with not just trading, but life in general is like, it's really easy to hold regrets and whatnot. And like, when I think about like things I would have done differently, is I'm basically like, oh, I would have wished my life were perfect and I didn't make these mistakes and like things that I regret. And it's like, that'd be so boring. That'd be so boring.
I'll take boring over stress any day. I'm sorry. I will.
I don't know. So if you had the option, like right now, someone gave, like, I don't know if I would take it if someone was like, yeah, like everything's just going to be like fine. There's never going to be any conflict in your life, like whatever. I think it would just be boring. If there was no like growth.
Your Honor, I'd like to take boring over stress.
Okay.
Do you see me balding? We talked about this.
No, first of all, I've tried to tell you before. You're doing well for your age.
Thank you. What does that mean?
I'm saying compared to a lot of, you have probably more hair than most 30-year-olds. I don't know. Like I'm saying, like relative to like a 13-year-old, like yeah, maybe you got a little bit less hair, but to other people your age, I'm trying to spread positivity right now. How am I toxic?
Yeah, you are kind of toxic.
I just sent the link to not two random people, but two people on Twitter. So we'll see if either hop on.
Oh, because you're done with guests. Got it.
No, so Eric, my boy Eric from Cali is going to join us here in 5. Honestly, you should stay on with him for a minute, Zunaid, because you guys would get along. You guys would be able to talk some trading.
Cool. Yeah, I'm down. Let me check my schedule before I get fired.
Was it DeGrasse Tyson?
I have a call at 1.
No, you're fine. He's gonna hop on at 12:30. So just hang out for a few minutes.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think like I've thought, like it's just like one of those things that I think if life was like, there was no growth, no mistakes to learn from, it was just like you live and that's how you live and you die and you don't grow as a person. Like I think that'd be boring. So I'm fine with making mistakes, even if some of them are expensive, like losing $20,000 on Robinhood. But again, I'm gonna try to get it back. I'm gonna write them a very strongly worded letter.
I hope that's the most you've lost.
The most I've lost.
I don't want to know the number. That's none of my business. But I'm saying I hope that that's the most you've lost.
Oh
God.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh man.
Let me see. It's gonna be close between the Robinhood and the sports betting.
Oh, that's gotta be gut wrenching.
Well, actually, not even sports betting. More so blackjack on my my Robinhood.
Wait,
or not on my Robin. No, that'd be really funny. They should do that. They should honestly do that. Like, no, on my DraftKings, I play. Huh?
I said, can you imagine?
All right, how do I see? I'm trying to see just my total lifetime. All right, yeah, it's about the same.
Oh, okay. All right, not bad, I guess. To be fair, yeah. I mean, I get it. I've lost more, but this isn't the type of contest I'd like to win.
Well, it is what it is.
It's just money.
It's just money. We'll be fine. A lot of people. Okay, So you making fun of me because I've made 10 grand, lost it, went up to 20, lost it. Michael Saylor did that with like $1 billion. Michael Saylor, if you look at MicroStrategy's chart here, I'll pull up your charts, Zunaid. Pull up MicroStrategy's chart, MSTR, and look at it in 2000. And look at it today. Like basically identical. Well, actually, the 2000 one was like a more severe like drop off. I'm pretty sure. Quicker, I should say. So this is now. So MicroStrategy went from what, $1,500 to $175. Michael Saylor, I don't know how much money he's lost, but pull up like the monthly charts, pull up monthly candles, and go all the way back. This dude clearly didn't learn anything.
Damn. Holy shit. Well, to be fair, he did, because he never got right back up here and lost it again. He never had the chance. But yo, this is insane. Holy shit. Wait, so he had, how much were these at the time? Like $7 and then went all the way to $12.50. I'm assuming reverse splits had to be the key here. There's no way, right? Yeah, this has to be reverse splits up the wazoo.
Yeah, I agree.
That's insane. You know what else is insane? It's me going long SPY. But I'm long SPY. Come play with me. To the long side. That sounds very inappropriate. I'm sorry. I meant to say dark side. I don't know why I said that. But yeah.
Now you make me feel bad.
About losing 20 grand?
Yeah.
You should. But again,
yeah,
it is what it is. You move on.
How does Zunaid seem to be the non-crazy person in this stream? Anyone took the Adobe Gap trade? Watch a reversal going into the weekend. Yeah, I could see that. I could see a little. There's no. I think there.
But
there's
what's
probably
the reversal? Right? Is the reversal back to the upside or is it back to the downside?
Oh, well.
Right? What is a reversal? Because we already had a reversal.
We could have a double reverse. An old jet sweep double reverse.
You know, I just want my $50. That's all I want. We're in the trade, AB. We just want our $50.
Yeah. What? Can someone remind me what stock we were looking at yesterday that had a nice gap fill to the upside, or that looked like it was going to fill to the upside? I want to trade that.
No idea.
How about Netflix? Netflix still showing strength against the overall market, up 3.5% today, up more than 30% this month. What do you think about Netflix? We got to take out that 300 level because we hit that back at the end of October, kind of double topped right out at 300. So a trade will set up here, Zuneda. Maybe we fill that back up to 300 and then short it up there.
Yeah, I mean I've shorted quite some. Matter of fact, I don't know if I wish like trading you could just kind of just go ahead and play into this one, but yeah, I agree. Look at how many times. So 300. That was a 306, I believe. Yeah, 306 was like the top here, and then 300 it kind of crisscrossed through, and then finally rejected here at the start of the month actually, and then it's just been a downtrend since. Oops, I just accidentally moved my line there, put my crayon drawings back. But this one does have a gap to fill. Let me go ahead and pull up the daily, and we've got a bit of a gap to fill right here. Let me go ahead and actually remove all of these things so we can see it nice and clean. We've got a gap to fill. The question is, are we able to fill it? But 250 area was a nice area to bounce, though.
250?
250. I think the lowest it got was 252, and I remember because I was annoyed I couldn't get my fills at 250 on Netflix. So that was.
Well, you're looking at SPY right now, bro.
Bro, I was on. I'm a fast-moving guy. All right, I was on Netflix. Look, you know what? Here's 250, right around here, but I don't think it actually got to 250. I believe it bounced from like 252s.
Yo, so you're in the Atlanta area, right?
I am in the Atlanta area. Thank you for doxing me.
You eat a lot of Chick-fil-A?
No, I don't. But I like it. I just don't.
But they got a bunch of them down there, right?
Yeah, I got 2 within a mile.
Nice.
You just spread out. Asked me about Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I'm hungry, so I was thinking about. Well, I was gonna ask you about Shake Shack, the stock. If you've looked at Shake Shack stock at all.
What's that?
I'm thinking about the. Yeah.
Ooh, oh man, you do a great job with telling me about these $50 bounces after they happen. What a beautiful.
Yeah,
bounce.
You like the round numbers, right?
I do like the round numbers, just like.
You ever been to the Dwarf House?
I haven't, but that's no. What? I guess that's an Atlanta thing. I've never been there.
I don't know. It might be like a brothel or something. I'm not sure.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, nice.
I'm just saying.
Nice.
I don't know. Oh, it's the original Chick-fil-A. Okay, so it doesn't sound like a brothel. I was wrong.
Stop. Okay. Anyway, bro. No, the reason I say this is because you had HubSpot that you mentioned, which had a beautiful 250 bounce back on November 7th, which was just last week. But anyway, we're long SPY. Let me go back to this chart.
Wait, I called HubSpot on that.
That's what I'm saying. I literally gave you credit. Will you listen? Look, we're up on our SPYs right now. All right, we're looking to take profit at 396.89 if we can get up there. But we're up $20. That is a lot of Chick-fil-A. Actually, it's not. It's like 2 combos. But thanks, inflation. Thanks, Obama.
I just texted my buddy my screenshot, and he said, yeah, mine was worse if it makes you feel better. Crypto took me out. I can't believe how much of a degen I was 2 summers ago.
You've got a guest in the background.
Yeah, this is my boy Eric. This is one I want you to meet, Zaid. You guys, because you guys both, you're better than me, like looking at charts and stuff. I think you guys do more similar trading than what I do. But all right, let's go ahead and give ES Invest, my man Eric, our very special Zinger Nation welcome. Bring him on the show. See what Eric's been trading. What is up, Eric? How you doing?
What's up, dudes? It's actually pretty funny. I was enjoying listening to you guys bullshitting. I'm working on like this annoying ThinkScript thing. So it was good commentary for the background, but Chick-fil-A is pretty sick though. I'm not gonna lie.
Chick-fil-A is pretty sick. And you know, Aaron tried to give me credit on us being chartists, but if you're nerding out with ThinkScript, I mean, God bless, bro.
I'm saying you guys would have good conversations.
Yeah, I'm not much of a chartist, man. Like when it comes to technical analysis, I really do believe like simple is better, but I've just become very picky in my old age of 31. And a lot of the stuff that pops up like on the chart, like in the tools inherently, like I like to modify it just a little bit so it's more efficient for me. So that's really all it is. It's honestly super simple stuff. I have a buddy that's a software engineer that for anything that I run into a problem, I immediately hit him up. So I am not going to paint myself as something I'm not.
Well, so my question is, what is the script you're working on if you're willing to share, and is it going to make us rich?
I wish it was going to make us all rich. Let me tell you, really, it is a script that is devised to help me see implied volatility in whatever ticker I'm looking at. And then based on that current implied volatility, to tell me the expected range for a day, a week, a month, and then it's more efficient, right, than me having to plug it into like an Excel calculator
all the time.
just pull it up on the chart immediately, see what it looks like, and then I trade a lot of volatility, so it lets me visualize, trade structure for that pretty quick.
Wait, hold on, I got to interrupt you guys because Truth State just said, how are you guys talking right now when there's so much money to be made on SPX? We like to make money, True State. Tell us how we make money on SPX right now, and we'll do it. We'll stop talking. We'll make some money. How are you making money on SPX? I want some free money. But Eric, I appreciate you saying you like our commentary. That's how most people say that. They say the best way to listen to your or to watch your show is to just have it on in the background and not really pay attention. Because once you start paying attention, then it stops making sense.
Yeah, well, I think having good commentary is good, but yeah, I mean, you got to follow the rabbit holes you guys go down.
So basically, if people really tuned into what we were saying, they'd be like, "What the hell am I wasting my life?"
Yeah, but if you just have it on the background, you're like, "Yeah, that's white noise. I don't know what they're talking about, but it's something. It's something. I don't know."
I agree.
All right. Here, I'll pull up. You're out, Zunaid?
Well, I don't know if you're gonna continue. I mean, I can hang till 1. I didn't know what your game plan was. You kick me out when you want to kick me out.
No, you do. You have an open door both ways. You can leave when you want. And you can come in when you want.
All right.
A lot of doors, man.
Take the lead.
A lot of doors. But I'm gonna put your charts up, Zunaid, because I like your charts more.
Sure.
And why don't Eric? We start talking about some names that you've been watching this week, or even just like indices, levels you've been watching, whatever.
Dude, for me, I feel like I always let you down with that question because I'm so freaking boring. I look at the same stuff, man. So this week it was mostly volatility plays around CPI. I actually pulled in just over 14K in 2 days over the last 2 days, trading literally just that in the indices. So super boring, very, very simple concepts. The hypothesis was, as per usual, with a strong industry catalyst like that, I presume implied volatility is going to be overprojected compared to realized volatility, which actually was not the case yesterday. I just happened to manage the trade effectively because a lot of times for these kind of plays, I'll use short strangles or short straddles. And I had short strangle just by happenstance because of the trade I decided to put on. And then I took the short calls down on a down move because when you sell a call, it only hedges so much until it runs out of value and turns to risk. So I just happened to take that off. And then CPI came out and then we had a 3 standard deviation move. So if I had those short calls on still, it would have been a pain in the butt. I still would have managed through. It's not like a huge deal. It just happened to be a very clean trade, really all just based around volatility. So there's a handful of like individual tickers I'm looking at for very similar style plays. But other than that, I'm really not getting too directional right now in the broader, at least in the broader market, because I'm still waiting to see the market make up its mind here. I feel like very much a bear market. We're still seeing general weakness. The Russell is starting to flatten out, which is interesting to me in terms of like a midterm chart. Right now, I look at like a 6-month daily. The Russell is starting to look kind of flat. So, I do think there could be opportunity in there, but other than trading the index itself, I'm mostly trading volatility.
Yeah. And I know that's kind of your strategy, right? Is trading that volatility. So what do you think? I mean, looking forward, do we have any kind of catalyst? Like we obviously just got through the election and then CPI, so a big week in terms of catalyst there. What do you think is going to be the next catalyst that either increases or decreases market volatility?
I'm happy to chat about that. It looked like our boy, we had a hand raise.
Okay.
Pick me. Well, I want. Okay. Can you take me off full screen, please?
No,
my
actually,
hair is
really
all
like
messy
this.
and everything.
Your hair looks great, Zunaid.
I get to know you better.
Yeah.
So here's my question.
Everyone wants.
You
hey,
were
chat.
Advantage. What?
Can you guys? Can the chat? Can you guys let Zunaid know that you guys want to see him full screen so he understands how loved he
You're
is?
gonna make me blush, and I'm a brown skinned dude, and that's tough to do. But my question is, you were talking about how you're looking to take advantage of the expected volatility because you believe the realized will be under it, right? Did I get that correct?
Yeah, that's the original hypothesis.
That's the original hypothesis.
Yeah.
So how are you taking advantage of it? Is that when you're doing like credit spreads in terms of the VIX, or how are you trying to play it? Because obviously you would buy calls if you expected the realized to be higher than the expected, right? How are you taking advantage of the onslaught? I understand what happened yesterday was different, but
Yeah, that's actually a really, really great question. This starts getting into the stuff that I geek out on, man. So it's actually like really cool to hear somebody want to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
Normally my wife looks at me and she's like, "Bro, just stop moving your mouth about this, please." And
yeah, it's like, hey, are we gonna be able to cover the bills? Cool. All right, let's keep it moving.
But yeah, so it's essentially the inverse of what you just shared, right? Like if we anticipate that implied volatility is underpriced compared to what we expect realized to be, then we would buy volatility. And if we expect the inverse, we just sell volatility. So that's why I use short premium strategy. So like you said, credit spreads are one way to do it. I'm not a big fan of verticals, especially short verticals, long verticals. I'm not a fan of verticals really in any way.
Yeah.
So I typically will trade things like short single options, short straddles, short strangles. And if I'm trying to get like a pure volatility play, that's when I will make sure I go in gamma neutral, typically short straddle and then delta hedge as I need. And that's the most pure form for me to expose myself to that, again, hypothesis. But with this week, it was more directional in nature. The reason why I sold a strangle instead of a straddle is because it gave me the opportunity to take advantage of some of the market choppiness. Because especially in the Russell, if we look past 2 weeks, we've been having 2% move days. Yeah. So there's a lot of opportunity in that day to capture some of that price movement. So that's why I went that direction with that trade.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, especially because you have to be able to manage it, right? Because if you don't, depending on what type of move you're making, you can have your risk maxed out knowing going into the trade itself, but it's good that you were able to kind of handle your trade and manage it properly, or otherwise it could be a little bit ugly there. By the way, SPY's coming down a little bit in your VWAP. AB, you just gonna let me go ahead and do the whole show, bro?
I was vaping, so I took myself off stream.
Wait, we don't get to
see
any
What's the point
clouds?
of doing it in the background, and if you're going to tell on yourself when you come back on?
Because I have plausible deniability. I could have been just kidding right now. You have no clue.
JK.
If I did it and you saw it, then it's like how if you're drinking a beer in the street, a cop could pull you over. You could have water in that beer. They don't know. You don't know what you're doing.
So I'm thinking, can we get like one of those dubstep videos now with you blowing smoke rings and circles and stuff?
That'd be cool if I knew how to do that stuff. I'll work on that for you, Eric.
They actually have like entire shops for that where like people go. It's like a cigar shop, but it's for like vape smoke dancers. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, you're out in California. There's a lot of weird shit out there, isn't there?
Well, yeah, that's completely fair.
I haven't seen one of those here in Michigan though. I would go to one though. That sounds fun.
Dude, I saw them pop up when vaping got huge, and then I literally haven't seen them anywhere. I'm actually super curious if that's still a thing.
Oh, you're saying when like when like the box mods got big back in like 2012 or whatever?
It looks like from the chat, Quantum is saying if you sell a straddle, one leg is in the money instantly. Do you leave it on the whole time of the trade? Yeah. Oh, that's a really neat feature.
Yeah.
So for that kind of question, it really the name of the game with short straddles is we want to collect enough credit, and we just don't want the underlying to move that much. That's our hope. We want it to stay within the range of the credit that we received. So the fact that one leg goes in the money or whichever it is, calls or puts, that only starts to matter to us if we're at risk of early assignment or if we're coming up on expiration, where we don't want to let the in the money leg, because you could still essentially cover it flat, but it's just added legwork and you're going to hold risk unnecessarily for at least some duration. So typically you leave it on until you're at risk of, early assignment, meaning that there's very, very little extrinsic value left for a deep in the money option, whether it's call or put. On the call side, dividend risk comes in a little earlier. And then if you're coming up on expiration, those are really the two times. But otherwise, since you're selling, 50 deltas, they're essentially going to be in the money like the whole time between the call or the put. It's a good question.
That is a good question, Quantum. And so Eric, from here, like, is volatility right now, VIX? Is it still is it elevated than normal? Or is it higher than normal? What's it at right now? Where are we looking at just in terms of overall market volatility?
That is another really fun question. So the VIX right now, as it were, it's still coming down, right? So right now, VIX, not VIX futures, the VIX, and I make that distinction because VIX futures are different in what they track and what they do compared to VIX VIX. Two different things. We talk about them as if they're the same, and they're close enough for a lot of these conversations, but again, for people's general edification, they're different. And in this scenario, the VIX is still certainly elevated using VIX. It's at 2267, and VIX futures are at 2402, which that tells me, especially as we come closer to expiration, I'm actually going to presume VIX is going to, /VX VIX futures is going to approximate to VIX, which is actually a really interesting relationship between VIX futures and the VIX ETN. But right now, it's still relatively low compared to where it's been for the past, 52 weeks. But VIX ETN is still elevated enough. It's above 20. We normally see long-term, especially during a bull market, maybe 12, 13. If we get a good pop, it'll be 15. So it's elevated, but it's not too high now. We were cruising above 30, which, to continue on my VIX rant for just a second, it's a great trading opportunity for people that trade volatility. Like when we see like big moves in volatility, especially intraday short term, volatility is a mean reverting product. We know this to be true. So unlike price that has positive drift, you can assume the behavior of VIX way more effectively than you can short-term stock movement. So
interesting. Yeah, I've always to me, the VIX relationship between the market, because I remember my introduction to options trading was right on the onset of COVID, and I bought a bunch of puts, and the markets obviously tanked, and I made a lot of money from the market tanking and having the puts, but also because the VIX just absolutely skyrocketed like March 2020. So I've always kind of been really interested in the VIX relationship with the overall market, just because on the onset of my trade, right when I started, essentially that was like a big part of how I initially made a lot of money. But I've never actually outright traded the VIX or tried to trade volatility like you do, Eric.
Yeah, volatility is a really fascinating product. Like I integrate it with other stuff that I do. I always say that, I look at market relationships over time. Like I've been trading for 15 years. I study this stuff a lot. And one of the things I've always found over time is the behavior of volatility, although it can be, how punny am I, volatile, it is actually an observable, tradable event. So for me, I trade for two reasons. One, because I genuinely enjoy the markets. I find them fascinating, but I never allow that to overwhelm the second and most important reason for me, which is to make money. Like this is a business for me. So whatever gets me there the easiest with the lowest return volatility, I'm all about it. So VIX and volatility products can be really useful for that. And it looks like there is somebody else in the chat from Twitch, Romar, is saying, is VIX still useful as a hedge as opposed to DXY? Those kind of questions are always fascinating to me because it's important to know the difference between the products that we're talking about, right? So using DXY as a hedge might make sense for a portfolio that's made of certain products, certain trades that are currently on, whereas VIX might work for something else. So I think understanding what the underlying portfolio is super, super important because, yeah, the way that the hedge works is very different. But yeah, the VIX has been really fascinating movement. And again, like once we started getting up to that +2 linear regression channel, it's almost, I wouldn't say a sure thing because nothing's a sure thing, but it is one of the highest probability of trades that I have is trading VIX at extremes.
Got it. I see, this is another good question from Quantum. What's the difference between VIX and VXX?
It is a good question, but that question takes a hot minute to dive into. The name of the game between them is they track different aspects of volatility. That's really the easiest way to describe it. So VIX most of the time will use short-term futures. VXX uses a composite of different term futures. So they give you exposure to slightly different periods of volatility is the easiest way to describe it. The other thing though, that is different, is VIX. There is no tradable security. Like, you can't go buy VIX stock. It doesn't exist. You can, however, buy VXX stock, or really ETN, ETF. So slight differences in the structure of the products, and more importantly, what they hold. I made that quick note of ETN versus ETF, because an exchange traded fund is different than an exchange traded note. An exchange traded fund actually holds the products that they say they hold, whereas an ETN is literally just a promissory note saying, we're going to guarantee you the returns that this would have, but you don't actually hold literally anything.
Got it. Junaid, you got any questions?
Well, no, so you ever trade stocks based on the volatility, or is it strictly just volatility and straddles and different things like that?
I'm sorry, I don't totally follow the question.
So like, for example, do you ever, like you said, you can't buy VIX, right? But you can go ahead and trade VXX or UVXY. So, so are you just trading those, or are you trading stocks based on the volatility?
I'm following you now. Both. It's definitely both, because especially during, like, right now, for people like me, it's like Christmas. There's volatility everywhere. There's money to be made literally everywhere. During, like, bull markets, people like me were starting to think about going to work behind the Wendy's dumpster, because we're just trying to find volatility and there's none of it there. So that's when I start going into individual products very frequently. And I wouldn't say I just trade volatility. I certainly don't. It makes up the heart and soul of my trading, but I do trade trend following strategies still, mean reversion strategies, typically tied to a catalyst. The main stuff I don't do is like trying to conduct some sort of in-depth fundamental analysis and then making a projection that's going to take me 5 years down the road. It can work. It's actually the most effective strategies. I'm just grossly impatient for it, and it doesn't fit well with me.
You know, that reminds me, Aaron. I remember you had a conversation with someone, and they said, I think it might have been Tim, who said investing long-term is not the best ROI.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with. Well, I know what he said was that the market,
because of taxes.
I know. I don't. I agree with Tim Quast on most stuff, but he said, I want to say like verbatim, he said like the market is not proven to be a good investment over time, and I was like, how could you possibly say
That's
that?
what it was. It was taxes and inflation is what he took into account for his opinion.
I still disagree. I think
I need
historically, like pretty much every single time period, if you had held SPY over like 10 years or 20 years, you'd be up money, even taking into account inflation and taxes.
Yeah, well, and the other thing I would offer, again, I know nothing about the comment, but like based on what you guys just shared, the other thing I would offer to that comment is like the markets are one of the few places that during a high inflationary period, you can even get a positive real rate of return. So I have a hard time with that. I could see the general point though, like if you're trying to actively trade, I mean, the fact of the matter is if we look at any empirical study, like one of my favorite things to do, I was literally making a joke to my wife about this last night, is like, I got my good old Marine Corps workout in because yesterday was a Marine Corps birthday. Happy birthday, Marines. But then
happy Veterans Day, Eric, by the way.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Thank you for your service.
But yeah, so like last night I was laying down in bed. I just finished stretching, and I was like, you know what I'm going to do before bed? Something super exciting. I'm going to pull up SSRN and I'm going to look up trading papers. I do it all the time, dude. It's like, I'm terrified of myself. I've become such a nerd. It's disgusting. But that's what I've been doing a lot of. And we know definitively that retail traders have a very hard time being successful. Like, it is what it is. It's just an empirical fact. So I could see his comment if it was geared more towards retail traders and like the broad prospect of it.
Right.
But in terms of like investing, I honestly think literally everybody should consider having some aspect of investing in their wealth portfolios. Essentially anybody.
Yeah, I agree. And dude, this fascinating stuff. I definitely would. Well, tell us where people can find you, because I'm definitely going to try to tune into your comments and tweets if you've got a Twitter to see what you're.
Well, Zunaid, that's a good.
I'm going to bounce though. What's up?
Yeah, no, I'll let you bounce because you got a call. But I was going to say it's a good transition because Eric and I want to talk to the audience a little bit, because we're going to do some more structured kind of lessons. I think about like 8 or so, where we'll start kind of maybe from like options 101 and start getting like more. I think what we're going to end up doing is do these live on the show, but then cut them out and make them a little bit more like concise lessons. Here's Nate. I'll let you hop. I know you need to go. But that's where you'll be able to find more.
Posted. See you guys.
Exactly. That's where you'll be able to find more from Eric, because we're going to do these on Benzinga's channel. So yeah, let us know in the chat, I guess, if there are any specific topics or any things about options that you would like us to go over in this kind of mini course or whatever we want to call it. But what will probably most end up happening is Fridays are still the best day for you, Eric. You know, each Friday we'll come on here. We'll do a quick 10-minute lesson on a different topic, and then after we're finished with it, we'll cut that out so we can then upload it as a separate YouTube video as well.
Yeah, I think that will be super fun. And the main thing, you know, for your audience, it's actually really cool to see some of the questions in here, because it tells me, obviously, that there are people in here that are more sophisticated with derivatives, which is sick. Like those are really my people. Like I said, I really do geek out over this stuff. So to cover whatever content makes the most sense for the audience, I think is really fun. So for like the people in the chat, some of the things that I was thinking is we could talk about like just basic structure of derivatives. And there's details we can go into with all of that stuff that I do think is still usable to people who already know like what a call is, what a put is. Like we can find small nuanced aspects that I still think are tradable, because most of the stuff I try to talk about, although I geek out over theory, I'm full well aware that it's not the most efficient use of our brain power and our time. Really what we need to find is tradable information. So my goal is to share, you know, mostly centered on that. So for the people in here, if there's anything in particular about options that you know, just generally interested in diving further into, I think that's the stuff I would be most interested in.
Yeah, so Romar from Twitch is saying he's interested, or he or she's interested in best ways to profit from premium as opposed to price action, holding to expiration, basically. So yeah, Eric, sounds like Quantum says Happy Veterans Day, Eric. It seems like you said, Eric, we're gonna have people in the chat that have a wide range of knowledge about options and different trading strategies. So there will be some people like Romar who might be a little bit more advanced, trying to look at some of these different strategies. There might be people who really have never traded an option and just want to learn the basics. And we're gonna try to have these kind of comprehensive lessons that covers all of that. And like Eric said, best part is we're gonna be doing them live, to where if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. And you can be able to go back and watch them again once we're finished. So if something's, complicated and you need to watch it a couple times, I know I need to do that for certain things, that will be an option.
Dude, it'll be super fun. I think for anybody that trades actively, options, whether you choose to trade options or not, is, one thing. But I think that most people can benefit from at least understanding what they are. And I do think most traders can find healthy ways to integrate them into their toolkits. So yeah, that's the name of the game in my world, is just try to find additional tradable opportunities and share those with people. So stoked on it.
Yeah, Romar, so every Friday you'll be able to tune in for these, and then again we'll upload them and give them their own playlist after the fact. But Eric, it's about 1 p.m. Eastern, which means it's about time for us to wrap up. So appreciate you hopping on today. I'm super excited to get going on these little mini courses. Have a great rest of your Friday, and happy week and a great weekend, man.
Take care, brother. Good to see everybody. I hope everybody enjoys their weekends and it's not too cold out there.
Yeah, you too, man, and happy Veterans Day again.
Thanks, brother. See you guys.
No problem. Shout out Eric. Great guest as always. TNX is tanking. I don't know. Let's pull up my Benzinga Pro. Let's check this out. We'll do a quick. Someone asked about the FUBO interview in the chat. Yeah, we have FUBO coming on in 15 minutes. That will be here. You don't need to go anywhere. This stream will take you directly to that. Well, Mitch will come on in a couple minutes, and then he'll have about 15 minutes before that interview starts. But yeah, how is FUBO stock doing, by the way? FUBO up 10% today. Hell yeah. This is I'm gonna throw some money into this stock, by the way. EOSC Energy. If I get some sort of extra money like toward the end of the year, I'm going to throw some of it into EOS Energy. This is my biggest like risky speculative penny stock. Like, look, most of the time stocks that are $1.25 are $1.25 for a reason. I don't own a single stock that's like under 10. Honestly, Ford I think is the cheapest stock I own in terms of like you know, how low the share price is. But this is one that I'm willing to take a stab on, and we'll talk about it more next week because I want to give kind of my full thesis and trade idea on it. But again, just letting y'all know now so it doesn't come as a surprise later. Cheap stock. I'm gonna buy a few thousand shares probably. ES Invest looks like good, honest trading. Yeah, I mean, guys, you got to be in this. I'm sure if you guys have been in trading and investing throughout the past couple of years, really since the onset of COVID, you see how many opportunists there are out there that try to, you know, build their accounts or build their profile, you know, through different ways. And there's fewer real honest people out there trying to be, you know, posting things about trading and investing. And Eric's one of those guys. That's like a real honest dude. And then so yeah, I'm excited to be working more with him. Delphin Midstream will announce a reverse merger into T-Glow, but before the end of the year. Best speculative is T-Glow. That's what I like. Drop in the chat your favorite, like, most speculative play that you know full well this thing could, like, realistically go to zero, but you're willing to take a stab at. For me, it's EOS Energy. Again, I'm going to give my full pitch on it, my thesis on it next week, but clean energy name that has, to me, potentially a very large moat in the industry, and it's getting a lot of kind of traction among different people in this space. Like different clean energy investors are starting to notice the technology. We'll go to the overview real quick. EOS Energy Enterprises designs, manufactures, and markets battery storage solutions for the electric utility industry. The solutions are used in the utility sector, the renewable energy sector. So basically just doing some cool stuff with like energy storage with electric batteries with a potential to address like $100 billion market. You know, it's one of those plays that not very far, almost like a QuantumScape. This is like a QuantumScape round 2 almost. And granted, QuantumScape hasn't been great. Not at all. Look at this chart, ugly chart, but kind of in the same realm. What is garbage spec? EOS? Yeah, I mean, trust me. There's a reason it's trading at 125. I'm not saying I'm putting my life savings in this or anything. Was this a SPAC though? I don't even know if it was. I don't think so. Oh, maybe it was. Did Telluron? All right, I see Mitch hanging out. Just lose their deal with Vitrol, Shell, LNG, highest demand ever. I've been worried. I've thought that's a big red flag for Telluron. I don't even know how to say this word. But that like LNG, if you look at Cheniere Energy or you look at some of these other names, they're basically at or near all-time highs. Like whoever this is in the chat mentioned it, JMC was saying, liquefied natural gas demand is basically at its highest ever. So for the fact that ticker TELL, hasn't really been doing that well is like a big red flag to me. The industry's doing well and the company's not. I think that's honestly like a very good thing to look at. Like if you know, tech is doing great and there's some tech company that's lagging, there's probably a pretty good reason for it. So I've been staying away from TEL. It's certainly like again, it's kind of like EOS Energy. There's a reason it's probably a $3 stock compared to some other players in the game, including Cheniere and other LNG players. 3% drop in a day, almost 9% pop in Q, almost 3 to 1. I don't know. Are you talking about EOS? All right. I'll Jay Rice, you might be not. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to catch my chat. Delphin has advantage and no competition. Delphin CEO is a genius. One of those is Dominion Energy. What? That's underperforming the market. Dominion, isn't that? Yeah, I mean, see, that's a huge red flag. Look at this. Dominion Energy. Go to the overview. Dominion Energy, integrated energy corp with over $30 gigawatts of electric. Okay, so I would say like this makes a little bit more sense. This would be a huge red flag to me if Dominion was in, essentially oil and gas. Like if you look at like the XLE, which is a majority of oil and gas names, and you look at the XLE chart and you're like at or near all-time highs, Dominion's not really, it's not like a Chevron or Exxon that has been pulling XLE higher. So it's not crazy to me to see Dominion down while those names are up. If it were an oil and gas company and was still like not doing well, that would be a screaming short to me. Like if the industry, XLE is up 60% on the year. So if you're in the same industry where everyone else is doing really well and you're down, you got to be screwing up somewhere. All right, Delphin, let us know if how we can get exposure to Delphin then. I see Mitch hanging out in the background. Whenever you're ready, Mitch, just let me know and we'll. All right. We'll go ahead and start this transition. But yeah, Jay Rice, you're probably right about EOS. I will do some more research on it over the weekend and let you know what I think. FUBO coming up 10 minutes. Are you guys fans of sports? Are you guys fans of sports gambling? Are you fans of watching TV? I know I'm fans of all three of those things. You got to watch this interview with FUBO. 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Money Mitch going to conduct that interview. FUBO, ticker FUBO. Without further ado, let's go ahead and it's going to be FUBO CEO David Gandler. David Gandler coming on in 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and get our promo up for the Future of Crypto event happening in December in New York City. If you're in the area, you got to come. Use the code AB20 to get 20% off. You got no reason not to go. Tickets very affordable right now. Without further ado, let's go ahead and play that intro. And when it's over, Money Mitch, you'll be in good hands with Money Mitch. He'll take it away. Again, FUBO coming up in 9 minutes. I'm sticking around for that. I'll be in the chat. Hope to see you guys there.
All right, let's get right to it. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. I'm excited to get right to the show. We got a lot to talk about in the market action. And of course, our expert opinion today is actually going to be a company. We got, of course, at 1:15, FUBO TV CEO David Gandler going to be coming on, ready to ask the tough questions. So if you guys got questions for, of course, the CEO of FUBO, the only place, at least where I know, where we get an opportunity to go ahead and ask a question, throw it up in the chat. I'll make sure to catch it during the interview, but let's get right to the market action. It's Stock Market Movers time, so you know what that means. Sound the alarm, hit the like button, and let's get right to Stock Market Movers. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, traders, let's get to the action as I take a little peek into the SPY. It looks like we're green, and you guys know I changed tune yesterday. The bear is out the cave, and the bull is in business here as I've been looking at the stock market, making a nice run today. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. You guys can see how we're pushing now, trying to get back towards the 397. That's the handle that I really want to see start kicking on the 15-minute chart. A close above 397, I think it's green light to 398. But like always, you guys make your own investment decisions. We're going to get into the action. Looks like the S&P 500 is on pace to have one of the best weeks since June. So I hope that you guys are excited that we're getting back. And it seems like I can't remember when we were in that bullish tune, but right now it's looking good. And Leo, 420 too soon? Yeah, pretty soon. But I'll tell you what it is today. It's 11/11, also Veterans Day. So shout out to all those veterans out there listening in on the show. From the bottom of my heart, truly appreciate what you guys sacrifice. Not only time, effort, and of course, family time, but also giving up your time and effort, even sometimes lives. So for those people out there, veterans, I truly hope that our shows out here can help you find wealth like always. Let's get into the action today. Let's take a look at what's going on out there. Seems like it's another risk on type of day. So instead of going through all headlines out there, I'm going to go through right to it on what was hot and what was not, because our interview is going to be a little bit expansive today. So let's get right into the market action and see what was moving. Well, if you guys know today, I've been looking at some bigger stocks. Yesterday, I traded Google to the upside. Today, I went with another pair of names of leaders. I went with Microsoft and Amazon. So full disclosure, all out of these positions now, so I can talk a little bit about them here. As you guys see, we're getting into that 397. Let's take a look at some of these trades. Let's take a look at Amazon, as I was looking for a nice recovery here of the kind of ascending triangle, getting the nice push there towards the 100. Was able to make a nice trade in Amazon today. Can't be mad about that. Getting top shares even up towards 110 today. Not a bad move there. Now looking like it wants to hold the 100. We'll see what's going on, but definitely technology taking the lead today. Some big names getting some lift. Of course, we can get into the smaller names. I will talk a little bit about that. I did see the IWM lifting even faster than the SPY, so keep that in mind. Apple having a good day today. Going to look for the 150 to play into today on Apple. We'll see if we get to that level. Microsoft, another stock that I was able to catch on the pullback. We were able to ride it up even towards the 246 area. As you guys seeing it now towards 247, and definitely changing tune from that bottoming action. Of course, in a few minutes, we're going to be getting into our interview with FUBO TV's CEO. Let me know that you guys are excited in the chat. All right, ready to keep going. We'll take a look at some other stocks that are making moves. Of course, the leadership. Google continuing to the upside. NVIDIA, nice day there. TSM even coming back towards the 75. AMD was another one that I was going to keep on watch for the upside continuation. Day two, boom, you got it today. Nice little move up there in AMD. We'll see what happens in other names. Intel did get hit today off of a kind of double downgrade by JPM, but look at that. Even a stock with a downgrade getting the uplift and pretty much telling the JPM guys to stay down to the sidelines. But increasing competition from rival like AMD and Taiwan Semiconductor are why they gave it a double downgrade to underweight from overweight. But the tech stocks having a good one. This was one that I traded yesterday. Texas Instruments to the upside and continuing to the upside today. I didn't get this one today, but not a bad move there in Texas Instruments. Looks like semiconductors getting some lift. I know some day traders were looking at stocks out today for a nice little rise. That continued into the 13 handle. We'll see if it continues on the day, as it's truly been a bullish day in an area where it's been beaten down the most, which is, of course, technology. Hope you guys are enjoying today's show. I'm going to keep going quickly through the markets because we're going to get to our interview coming up. Consumer Cyclical also having a really good time today. You guys can take a look there. Footwear and accessories getting a nice little push. Nike was one that I started seeing getting a lift yesterday. Got out of this kind of bearish trend. Now pushed through that 100. You're all the way up there towards the 105. You're also seeing other stocks making the lift. Skechers getting the lift. Crocs, right? This has been a bullish stock. Looks like it's starting to come back into play here. And you can take a look also at Foot Locker starting to shake some out of that bearish trend there. Resorts and casinos getting some lift today. You guys can take a look here at some of those stocks getting the lift. Wynn Resorts getting that nice push. Why could Wynn Resorts be making a move up? Well, if you've been paying attention, I'm sure you guys heard all about the China State media announcement that the country is reducing the quarantine time for international travelers. Of course, that's going to help Wynn with, of course, Macau exposure in China. And as you're seeing Win get some lift, look for LVS to kind of follow. And as you guys can see, these stocks are pushing today. We'll see if they can continue making runs. Basic Materials follows that. Aluminum was the strong point there. Alcoa with a nice little lift. Another one that I look at that's a little bit cheaper, CENX, also getting a nice little lift. We'll see if this aluminum move can continue. All right, an area that did bounce back today is energy. Why was oil stocks up? Well, a lot of it based off of the idea that if the China demand could come back and they could truly reopen, then you can get the demand a little bit higher in oil. Of course, supply being low right now, driving prices a little bit higher. We'll see what happens there in ExxonMobil. All right, we'll see what happens also in Oxy. It was having a really bad day the last couple of days, but look at the drive that it had today. Really nice drive there in Occidental Petroleum. Now, what was on the downside today? Utilities getting hit hard here. Of course, this has been the area that has been kind of rotated away from. You guys can take a look at this daily chart. Looks to me like we're really getting some topping out action. I could see some retracements coming into the utility names, but going to leave that on the side here. Not going to really be touching and shorting these names because there's not much on the downside. But I do think that these names struggle in a high interest environment. Of course, they could get some lift because of asset appreciation, but of course, they're fighting those high interest rates. All right, another area that did turn around today and at least a pullback is healthcare. Defensives also turning around. So be careful with some value plays coming off today. We'll see if it actually can hold to the downside. Biggest area that got hit was in the healthcare plans, as you're seeing a big shakeup in some stocks like Cigna, as it got a big hard hit on the downside. ELV, Humana, this is definitely something to pay attention to, as it seems like these got sold off today. So we'll see if they can catch the bounce, but definitely healthcare plans taking a downside hit today. All right, I can go through all the sectors in the industries all day long, but that's not what I'm here for. But I hope that you guys appreciated us, how we approach the sectors and the industries, looking for the rotation. As you guys can see, the rotation coming back to technology today. So excited to get into our interview today, as we're going to go ahead and dive into that. Like always, guys, give me a thumbs up if you guys enjoyed today's segment of what was hot and what was not. All right, let's get the charts down. In a second, we're going to get our interview going. I just want to make sure David's all ready to go. Looks like camera's down, but he should be up in a second here. I'll make sure that I get an okay from him to bring him on. But ready to get into our interview with FUBO TV. If you guys remember, back when FUBO came back to the public markets, I was one of the proponents definitely shooting for the upside. I thought it could be an acquisition target. I really liked what they had. Good tech stack. And of course, we saw the rise and also the pullback with the overall market. Now we need to look into the story again to see what is really driving forward in this story of FUBO TV. Excited to get into our interview today. Let me know in the chat if you guys are excited to get FUBO on right now. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on David. If you're ready, let me know. I just got to see the camera get turned on here. It looks like we're getting a last minute adjustment there. Just want to make sure he's ready to go there. Still a little dark. Just want to make sure that we got him ready. Just give me 1 second, team. I'm making sure that we get David on here and he's ready to go before I bring him on screen. Looks like we're having a little delay there getting him ready, so I'm going to go ahead and get back to the market. Still not seeing the camera on there. Looks like there might be some issues, but we'll work on that in the background there. We'll get him on in a second. He is in the room, but we're just having some issues with the camera, so we'll deal with that. Let's get back to the stock action, see how we're going on in the stocks. Of course, SPY still fighting. We got towards 397.25. Can we actually get a close towards 397? You can see on that last candle, you get a spike above it, but a close at 396.86. Can we just get the close towards 397? We're going to be looking good. All right, just give me 1 second here, team. Sorry about the issues there, team. Just trying to deal with it in the background here at the same time. Keep this going here. So the SPY just getting up there towards the 397.40s. Let's look at Apple. How's that doing? The nice little takeoff towards the 150. We'll see if Amazon can continue going here towards the 101. Looks like a nice little push there. Overall market has not looked bad on the day. Let's take a look at the SPY and the leading moves towards the upside. So Para taking off. Why could Para be taking off here? Well, I've been thinking about this. This is a good World Cup play. And so you guys are seeing Para get a nice little lift there. We'll actually be talking a little bit about the World Cup coming up with FUBO's CEO, but Para definitely getting a little bit of a push there. All right, WBD getting some lift also. So it looks like it's a good time there for the streaming services. They're definitely getting a nice little push. Win getting a nice little lift there. RL, Ralph Lauren. This is an area I didn't expect to see a lift today. Looks like even apparel manufacturing getting a nice little push there. All right, Las Vegas Sands continuing the push. It looks like we're working on the struggles to get you guys to FUBO. Don't worry. Got the team working on it right now. Looks like we'll be giving it up in just a few minutes. I'll keep battling through here. Don't worry. We got it. We'll get them on. Just give me a second here. All right. We'll see LVS take a nice little push. I talked about Nike, Under Armour also pushing there. And let's keep going through some of these names to find the big movers. Even Disney coming back and trying to make some of that gap. I remember I was looking at Disney to see if it was going to start coming back. Yesterday, it did come back. And then kind of turned around there in Disney. So we'll see. We're getting up there. It hasn't been a bad rally here. So it looks like a lot of growth names coming back into play. And let's talk about a growth name right now. We're going to get out of the charts. I got it ready. Let me know, David. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. And we'll go ahead and get it started. Like I said before, let's get right into the story that is FUBO and see what is in the growth. All right, let's get into it. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on David Gandler here. Appreciate you coming on and joining us today on Stock Market Movers. How are we doing today?
Thank you for having me, Mitch. Everything's good.
Yeah, excited to talk about the FUBO story. Let's get first into, of course, you guys just reported last week the third quarter earnings. Let's go ahead and give us a recap of how the quarter went for you.
Yeah, so I would say, unlike the rest of the industry, I think you saw continued double-digit growth. We're growing probably, I believe it's about, almost 2 times as fast as the virtual MVPD space, which is sort of one segment within the overall streaming industry. I would also say we had a pretty solid September in terms of advertising sales. And we've also stated that we feel very comfortable going into the fourth quarter with continued momentum there, which is something that I don't think you've really heard from others, probably because of the lack of exposure to gaming, advertising, as well as crypto. But we've really been strong beneficiaries of political. And as you know, we're heading into the World Cup. So again, we feel pretty comfortable with CPM increases and fill rate. So I think things are going very well relative to the space.
Excellent. So how was the North America streaming year-over-year subscription growth in the third quarter in 2022?
Yeah, I mean, you heard we've delivered over 1.2 million paying subscribers. When I look at some of our competitors who year over year have either remained flat or have lost 100,000 plus subscribers, I think it was, again, very strong. As you know, we are a very seasonal business. We're sports driven. And so the back half of the year typically is when you start to see momentum versus the first half of the year where you really see a lull in terms of sports programming. So we're super excited. We also launched Altitude Sports. That seems to be going as planned. And so, again, we're excited about the quarter. And we've, really stepped up on the technology side. And that has been one of the key drivers of advertising revenue growth. And as you know, this was an investment that we started making back in January that is starting to pay off. So I would say from an execution perspective, we're doing all the right things. Of course, we're dealing with a macro that is extremely complicated. And then an industry, which I think is, I think still has to get its head around the fact that, subscriber growth for the sake of subscriber growth is not beneficial. So, but that's something we can talk about if you'd like.
Of course, and it has been a troubled, macro situation with everything that's going on, and a lot of it out of your control. But I'm wondering, are we still on track for positive cash flow in 2025? I remember that mentioned in the Investor Day.
Yep. So look, we're still on track for 2025. I believe our CFO stated that during the analyst call. And again, we're making moves, and the advertising piece is growing considerably where we were. Again, I don't look at advertising revenue per user, which we call ad ARPU. You may have seen that. Those of you who looked at the shareholder letter may say, wait a minute, you've slipped. The reality is that it becomes a packaging mix question. And so, if you start to over-index in the Latino package, which is not the general market package, or other smaller packages, then that obviously has an impact. So, I've been looking very closely at the ad revenue number, and that seems to be on track. If you look at last year's number, you should see some similar type of move year over year.
Yeah, definitely the slide here from the recent presentation definitely explains it here, and you guys can see the difference there. Yes, you're making a little bit down on that ARPU, but advertising revenue still a little bit higher, like you said, the mix there. So at least we can see the track there. Is there any trends that you can see in advertising? Of course, we've had other kind of players mention that they have been seeing a little bit of slip in advertising. What have you seen in the trends?
Yeah, look, we, I think, are benefiting from the fact that we are, first of all, demographically, we skew male, and it's the hard to reach male, the 18 to 49 male. That's number one, which on television, as you know, is very difficult to reach. And then number two, we, leverage all of our sports programming. And so live sports typically commands higher CPMs. And more interest from advertisers. And we've added 150 new advertisers, new management. We've, as we said, we were going to scale our sales team. So from that perspective, I think that, again, we're hitting on all cylinders, and we feel good about the sort of trifecta of NBA and, political and World Cup all in the same kind of quarter. I think that really makes us comfortable that we're going to continue to hit our numbers, at least going into the end of the year.
All right. Now there's a slide that was on the presentation I think is an important area to focus on where the business is going. Of course, I can see that some changes here on the global expense as a percentage of revenue from third quarter 21 to 22 there's some changes on the percentage. What are some of these changes and why?
Yeah, so look, I think what you're starting to see, just looking at the slide now, is that we're starting to get leverage over most of the line items. I think the key question for most people is going to be around the content line item. But to be fair to everybody in the industry, you're seeing significant losses. If you take all the plus services in the industry, I think combined on a trailing 12-month basis, they're going to lose about $10 billion. Which is unheard of. So I think in the short term, there are some packaging, issues that we're dealing with. But overall, when I look at the deals, they're continuing to downtrend, and you should start to see some of that, in 2023 as we get into sort of the second quarter.
Now, of course, the company recently announced a decision to exit the sports betting business. And what went into this decision, and was it more of a profitability focus?
Yeah, look, I mean, again, I just want to start with the macro on the decision to enter the space, which actually stems from our business model. And so I guess the long story is, when you think about subscription models, the reason why you're seeing such massive losses in plus services is because they're unable to spread their subscriber acquisition costs across their product. They only have one product, so you can't do much. With a virtual MVPD or an aggregation model, you typically have advertising, you have subscription sales, you have add-ons, DVRs. There's ways to expand the ARPU to continue to create leverage around subscriber acquisition costs. Where you don't have that in the plus world. So think of it as we continue to add different products, we're able to spread costs. So adding gaming in when we've already acquired a customer, think if you have an Uber app on your phone and Uber paid for you to sort of to become a customer, and you are now being offered Uber Eats, right? So there's no acquisition cost from that perspective. So from a gaming perspective, we already know 98% of our audience is watching sports. We see massive numbers. And when, the calculus that went into that decision was very simple. The cost of capital was almost zero. And, we thought that we had a timeline, call it, 24 to 36 months to continue to drive that without having to spend a lot of money on the marketing side. And at the time, I think gaming companies were spending between $600 and $800 per customer. Think about it. You have 1 million customers, of which some percentage, whether, you can give me a haircut or not, but 20%, 25%, 15%, whatever that number is, 100,000 customers at $800, you start to say, wow, okay, there's some real leverage here. And so, just to give shareholders who have a more simple view of the world, when we started, the 30-year mortgage rate fixed was around 2.25% to 2.3%. Okay. As of like a week ago during earnings, it was like 7.2%. So the macro, the cost of capital, inflation really put a lot of pressure. Investors are now looking for lower cash burn, higher profitability, and also visibility to profits. And unfortunately, as much as I still believe this is the right thesis, I felt that we were not in a position to continue to go that route. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to all shareholders. And as much as if we were a private company, I probably would have kept going, but I felt that this was not the right time. And at the same time, we've already developed some of this technology, which we think is really compelling. In fact, it's led to other technology that we're developing for our video service that I think is going to be really compelling. Features that are similar to like Spotify's Discover feature. We're working on things like that, leveraging AI and some of the other technology that we've recently acquired. So overall, again, it's a decision that had to be made. But we're going to be looking to leverage our user base. And there have been a number of players that have reached out to work with us. And so we're looking for ways to maximize that. And, when there's news on that front, we'll certainly be happy to provide that to you.
Now, will FUBO look to maybe partner with other sports betting companies to keep this exposure in the sports betting sector?
Yes. I mean, of course, now that we understand what we're doing and we have some of the technology that allows us to integrate, books with what's happening on screen, as I said, we'll be looking to leverage our user base and develop some of these types of partnerships. But that's, again, we've had unsolicited, reach out from a number of players, both abroad and domestic. So those conversations are ongoing.
All right. Well, we'll definitely be looking for that answer soon. We'll see what happens there. Now, of course, the NFL ratings this year have been strong for the season. Yeah. Can you speak on trends that you're seeing with this and how the NFL season benefits a company like FUBO TV?
Yeah. So again, you have to remember the macro and the micro. The micro is us and the macro is what's happening. I think what the NFL is doing is amazing. They're not chasing global customer bases, and they're windowing the NFL in a way that's maximizing for the ownership group and the league and the players. And I think that we're obviously benefiting from that. But I also want to say that sports benefits tremendously from the bundle. People sometimes don't understand that. Of course, the bundle benefits from sports. But in my view, long term, I believe that the future is the bundle. Because while I was one of the first to say that, streaming is great for sports, I'm now, my view has slightly changed that streaming is not the best thing for sports. I mean, when you look at Amazon's ratings, in my view, they're quite poor. You had opening week at 15 million viewers, and by week 6, it's hovering around 8. And the reason 8 million. And the reason for that is because people are looking for a one-stop shop. They want to get all of their content personalized and delivered to them in a high-quality user experience. And that's what FUBO is providing. That's why you see the type of growth we have. And obviously Q3 has demonstrated that we have benefited not only from the NFL, but from college football, the start of the soccer season, and a number of the other sports programming that has become relatively important behind the NFL, in the third quarter, going into the end of the year.
All right, now the World Cup is about to begin. Of course, How will FUBO take advantage of this huge global event opportunity? Is there any trends or insight into viewership that maybe you can share with us, or maybe some gamification aspect that you might be bringing to your subscribers?
Yeah, so as we said, interactivity is a key component of the lean forward experience. And, our job is to provide the best user experience. And frankly, I don't know if your viewers know this, but FUBO won the JD Power Award for live streaming in the customer satisfaction department across a number of categories, which really speaks to the quality of the product, the technology that we've developed. And, we're continuing to develop more technology around interactivity and gamification. And you should expect that, over the course of this quarter, on certain programming, we will continue to, experiment on that front.
Yeah, I would be interested in kind of like a World Cup pick'em kind of thing, that would be definitely interesting. All right.
Everything's possible.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now let's get into the next question here. This one was a question that actually myself as a user of FUBO have for you. One thing that I was looking for, and of course it could be because of certain reasoning, but as a FUBO user, I was looking for the TBS network. And it looks like, of course, you guys don't have that partnership right now with Warner Brothers. It wasn't TBS either. But you do have the Discovery Network. So I'm wondering, is there any possibility that this network might be added in the future, or maybe some other new networks that you can share with us?
Well, we just recently added Altitude Sports.
I like that one. I'm a Colorado guy.
Yeah, exactly. So a regional sports network in Colorado. So we're continuing to review our programming portfolio. I think I've said over the last year and a half that, we don't close the door on any one content partner. The deal has to make sense going forward. As you highlighted earlier, we need leverage on that content line. And, we're the first company ever to remove a key network group and still grow well ahead of the market. And so what this tells me is that there's an opportunity to bring in new partners, to bring in old partners, to remove certain, content that might not be working for our consumers. So, this is a very fluid environment, and, our content team, along with our data team and our marketing team, are constantly looking at this, on a viewership per hour, cost per hour, first view, retention of view. I mean, it's like, there's just a lot of data that goes into it. And, as I said, for the right price, there's always a deal.
All right. Looks like someone in the chat has a question here. I'm sure this will be kind of an easy answer here, but I know a little bit more about FUBO and being such a good soccer option. Now, Nick here in the chat asking, any talks about expanding into Europe? How's the international exposure being? And of course, soccer being so popular there. That's where I've seen you guys probably the most. That's definitely been in the soccer content.
So first of all, it's a great question. Most people don't understand our acquisition of Molotov, which is a French virtual MVPD. That integration is going very well. We're unifying the tech platforms, which means that we'll be able to, improve our cost structure by about $75 million over our long range plan. Some of those benefits are already happening. And as we unify the platform, you'll start to see, more and more capabilities that we're bringing in from Molotov to the US and vice versa. And, again, our team here in the US working with the folks in France have done a phenomenal job. We took over the asset with about 115,000 paying subscribers. And that number is now just south of 360,000 with 1 million monthly active users. So as we release that platform, which we call UP, Unified Platform, we'll start to look at the potential to add sports programming. But this is a very important move because if you think about technology in general, technology should be global, right? That's the global scale is where you get all of that leverage. And the interesting thing about sports in the European and the global markets, there's no Spotify or Netflix type deal. You can't just go out and buy, a piece of content globally in sports, because all of these markets are domestic. So for instance, in France, the French league is the most important league. In Spain, La Liga is the most important league, right? In Turkey, it's going to be the Turkish league. EPL obviously is an outlier where it's either the second most important league in any country, or, obviously in England and the US, I would say it's probably the most important soccer league. But, the idea is that we will be very well positioned to move into new markets with very low cost. The platform will be able to manage CMS systems left to right, languages left to right, and right to left, which is great. And that option will be open to us when markets, obviously improve. But the key is there is nobody that I'm aware of at the moment that has the capability to actually build something like this globally. And let's not forget, there's still roughly about 1 billion people in the global pay TV universe. So with the product we have in the US and our ability to expand that, again, having the option to do that, not saying today we're in any position to do that given the focus on profitability, but certainly building in that flexibility and that optionality becomes extremely important as we think about the next 5 to 10 years.
Now, we just talked about some partnerships. The partnerships that I have a question on is, of course, the Ryan Reynolds and Maximum Effort Productions. How's that going for the company?
Yeah, so look, as you guys know, Ryan is an amazing actor. He's one of the top actors in the world. I think three of his films that he's produced and starred in are top 5 on Netflix all-time list, right? So it just goes to show you the power of Ryan Reynolds. He could have chosen anybody to work with. He has deals with Paramount, but he chose FUBO. And I think he believes in the opportunity that we have with him together. I think we've stated that there'll be a soft launch somewhere around second quarter of next year. We're working through a lot of the development that's required. And, we look forward to launching that network with him. And just like any project, when you launch it, you're going to start to see things where you can improve, and, we'll start to do that. But we're very excited to work with him. His team is very excited to work with him. They spend a lot of time in the FUBO offices. And, again, we're excited about that partnership.
All right. And the last question before I leave the floor to you here is, I have a question, of course, is will you need or see the need for cash raise before the end of 2022?
Yeah. So again, just focusing in on Investor Day and on our most recent earnings call, I think you heard our CFO, John Janita, say that we're comfortable with our current cash position. And we believe that, we would need a modest, cash injection, over the next, call it 12 to 18 months. So it's under control. We're continuing to monitor closely. And obviously, we understand the importance of getting to profitability sooner rather than later.
All right. Last thing is definitely just leaving the floor for you. What do you see that maybe most investors are missing out on the story that is FUBO TV?
Yeah, again, I focus on the macro. I think that, if you look at a business like Spotify, which is very similar to FUBO in the sense that it's a variable model, they aggregate, and the fact that they're going into audio, right, books and things of that nature, really speaks to what I was saying about spreading the acquisition costs, only having to acquire a customer once versus what you're seeing in the Plus services, which is mind-boggling to lose $10 billion, in a 12-month period. And so I think that over time, we will be proven correct that the Plus service model does not work, and that the aggregation model is the best way forward. It is the most profitable way forward. And it is one that shareholders at all of these customers will eventually demand. And as we continue to develop our technology platform and continue to demonstrate, the level of customer satisfaction that recently has been supported by the J.D. Powers Award, we think we're well positioned to do this domestically and over time globally. And again, it's a unique company with strong technology stack. But this is a business that's in transformation. And, over time, I think that, we're well positioned.
Well, in the kind of the favor of Veterans Day, it looks like we have a veteran asking a question here, so I'll sneak one more in here. Will you have maybe extensive NHL coverage of the playoffs? So, looking at a hockey question here.
Yeah, hockey question is kind of tied to the Turner question. As you know, we have, I don't know what market this person's in, but there we have all the local games. So I believe typically the first round of the playoffs is in your local market. But then I believe we'll have the finals in the later stages of the playoffs, which I believe are either on ABC or ESPN. But again, we're working hard to see how much more sports we can add. And adding the Rockies and and the teams out in Colorado is yet one more point that we're very focused on. So over time, we hope to get there.
Yeah, I like that bonus there for Colorado. I know I was struggling for a while trying to watch the content because of altitude. So as someone that is a FUBO user on that end, definitely appreciate that. Appreciate you joining us today, David Gandler, CEO, FUBO TV, and we'll definitely have you back on. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mitch. Have a wonderful day.
All right, that's going to do it. I hope you guys enjoyed that interview. I tried to get to all the questions that all FUBO investors are probably asking, or maybe potential investors out there looking into the story. So I hope you guys appreciated that deep dive into FUBO TV. Now we can get back into the market action, but that was a pretty good interview there. I enjoyed getting into that. You guys know I've been a proponent for FUBO. I also saw a little bit of a turnaround. I've seen what they can do. I'm just looking forward to seeing the future story there and how they develop. If they can reach that target of positive cash flow in 2025, I definitely think this company will turn things around. We'll see what happens there. Let's get towards the stocks and see what's going on in the SPY. It looks like we're up there towards the 397. Let's look at the 15-minute. Remember, I was talking about closing into the 397 is what we wanted to see. Now we've gotten some candles actually close up there on the 15-minute. Now I don't want to see it get taken down on the downside. So holding that 397 here is what I'm looking to see. We'll see what happens today. Of course, I'll leave a little bit of ticker time here. If you guys got a stock you guys want to talk about, throw it up in the chat. Hope you guys appreciated that interview today. All right, I see a lot of you guys talking about what's going on in the FTX situation and Bitcoin. Looks like you guys are talking all about that. Let's take a look at how MSTR is performing today. I did see that stock was very volatile. You can see it here. Big resistance right here, acting as resistance, could get, whacked right back down there. One thing I've been keeping an eye on is the price of Bitcoin. I want to go ahead and take a look at that. And I have to pull up my Benzinga Pro because, TC doesn't have that. But I'll pull it up right now to take a look at Bitcoin and how it's been doing. It's looked like it's been going down, even though the market's been going up. This is an interesting perspective to see. As we're seeing the Bitcoin market come down, we need to keep watch to see if the correlation between the overall market and Bitcoin will separate. That's an area definitely that I want to keep on watch. So let me go ahead and pull that in here so you guys can see the Bitcoin chart. Let's put it up full screen here. I'm on the 4-hour outlook, and you can see here we definitely have been falling off the tape. We're now down there towards 1685. Really wanted to see 17.6 recover. So it's looking like we're heading down on here on Bitcoin, even though the SPY overall is not looking too bad here. That's an interesting perspective. Of course, Amazon was one of the stocks that we were looking at earlier, and Microsoft, nice trade there on those stocks. Have they continued in the green? And when the leadership gets back into the green, that's when I start liking things. Another thing to keep in mind is the market breadth. One thing that I would keep watch is now you have 67.7% of stocks actually above their SMA 50 and 34.4% of stocks actually above their SMA 200. If that gets to 40, I'm all in on this bull camp. And you guys have heard me. I'm really looking at this bull camp now as a kind of fourth quarter move. I think that we could have a fourth quarter move to the upside, eventually followed by maybe some downside action. So it doesn't mean that we're completely out of the realms of turnaround. But one area that I will even show you guys on the chart, and we got to scroll back here on the weeklies to get to there, is let's go back into the financial crisis time or the .com era. Let's go back into that time. That's going to be going back on the weeklies into kind of 2001 time. And we're going to go ahead and pull that back here because I want to show you guys an area where I think this is very similar timing. And so you guys see here, markets bottomed in September of 2001. Then what happened? October started coming in. We started getting a little bit of a rally. It even rallied into December. It stayed in the early January, pulled back a little bit, spiked back up into March. And then right there, we ended up getting whacked to the downside and continued through that low. So that's what I would be paying attention to now. Will we get kind of a little bit of a rise into December, maybe even into January, followed by some takedown if we actually get into recession? That's where I would get a little bit concerned, but this does leave room for it. And this rally from the bottom to the top, that was a 20% rally. So that just goes to show me that who knows, maybe we're in a rally right now. That could be a 20% rally from the bottom. And we know how they talk about the 20% mark as being kind of the definition for bull and bear markets. Well, we'll have to wait and see to see if we get back into the bull market. Hope you guys appreciated the outlook. Like always, I'm always looking deep into what's going on with the trends. And it seems to me like the bulls have control. And that it's taken a long time, right? And I mean, now we're up there towards 397. Who knows? Can we get to the 410? Can we get to the 420s? Maybe even 430? Who knows? That's what I would be paying attention to. We'll see what happens on these stocks. Like always, keep up with us right here on Benzinga to see the action. All right, so it looks like it's 151. And I think I'll throw some stocks in the chat. If you guys got a stock you want to call out, throw it up in the chat. If not, I think I'm going to wrap up the show today. And we'll see you a little bit later on at the close with, of course, Joel Elconin as we take a look into all the market action and see what he saw in the markets. It hasn't been a bad one today. Had a great interview with FUBO and willing to keep going forward. Looks like a lot of people are talking about everything that's involved in Bitcoin right now. I can't blame you guys in the chat for it. It's been a crazy, crazy week. I mean, when we go to think about it, when everything that came in this week, we've gone through a Bitcoin scare, right? FTX. We've gone through that. We've seen down markets. We've also seen what? CPI report coming in light. Now it seems like things are in the bullish light in the overall market, at least in the short term. We'll see if things turn around to the downside. But right now, we've definitely been hanging. And that low seems to be holding, of course, from the last CPI reading that was, of course, on the 13th of October. So now it's been a pretty good couple of months as we're starting to push towards into the 400. We'll see if we get towards that 400. Where will be the topping action on this daily rip? And like we've talked about before, those bear market rips could definitely be some big rallies. So we got to be careful. We got to be flexible. And it seems to me like this market wants to keep going towards the upside. All right, like always, guys, keep up with us. We got some great shows for you next week. Next week, I will be releasing a video on 2023 picks. This is when we're going to start building up to an event that I want to do just for you guys, separate from all the other events that we do, is getting analysts to talk about next year, what's on their mind. So if you know an analyst out there that you guys want to hear from, let me know in the comments because I want to make sure that we reach out to them. We're going to get a lot of analysts. I'm trying to get more than 10 to talk about 2023 and how you guys can go ahead and get the perspective. And of course, like I always say, stay in the informational edge. I'll see you next time right here on Stock Market Movers. Hope you guys had a great day. Seems like the bulls are in control. And you guys know, I've been talking about it. It seems like we're in full green light mode. Risk on type of day again. And not a bad one as we played Amazon and Microsoft on live trading. And we'll keep battling right here on Benzinga. See you guys on At the Close. That's at 3:30. Don't miss it. Be square.